Call me when the storms are closing in, and let me hold you through. Fall into the arms of this old home, and let me drink you in. Lay your troubles down beside my door. Come and rest with me. Where the light is, there is dark no more. Close your eyes with me. The world is quietly below. You are free with me. I can see you wanting to let go. And let it be. Let it be. I will walk you to the water's edge. Feel alive again.
Hey, happy Friday. Happy Friday. That is by Molly Pardon. It was actually in a show that I was watching yesterday, and there was another song I was looking for, and I can't find it. And it seems a lot of people are looking for this song, and nobody can find it. So you guys got second best. Thank you, VZ. That's actually old. I have to do another one. So welcome everyone. Welcome to my channel. If you're new to my channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're a returning subscriber, welcome back. Welcome new people. Say goodbye to old people. Quinny, I'm not saying you're old or anything. That was a joke. What's up, Coffee? What's up, Capone? What's up, Monica, Danielle, Coffee? Monica, did you get your candles yet? Quinny, Miss B, Two Skulls, VZ, Lily. Saturday? It's not Saturday yet. It's still Friday. What's up, Bonnie? And let's see, we got Annie and Bonnie and Cheryl and VZ, Justice Janie, Kim, Angela, Miss B. I think I covered everyone that I can see. You're not too far behind. You know what though? But I'll never catch up, Quinny. That's the difference. I'll never catch up. So a couple of things. Let me just tell you guys something. I am going to pull down the video that I did, the comparison to Chris Watts. Has nothing to do with anything having to do with Sammy or anything. The only reason why I'm pulling it down is because from what I hear, she's going to college soon. And I wouldn't want something like that if it was my kid going to college. So I decided that I'm going to pull it down. What's up, Debbie? It doesn't change anything. I pretty much think anyone that's going to see it has seen it already anyway. But I just feel like if she's going to college next week, that shouldn't be on the internet. Oh, you did get them? Good. Oh, you don't like the other one? So that's the reason I'm doing it. Hey, Teresa, nobody said anything. The FBI is not coming to get me. It's not due to another creator, but I just felt like, if she really is going to college next week, kind of a little weird. My boyfriend has never been a candle person. I showed him some of your new stuff and he's in disbelief. May need to get him some in the I'm glad. 8 years, soon to be 7. Yeah, that's the only reason I'm doing it. I just felt like she's in school, and I wouldn't feel right if it was my kid. So that's the only reason I'm pulling it down. No other reason. So is this live? No, it's fake. It's not live. You are in the Twilight Zone. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, where things are recorded, but you think it's live. What do you mean it's live? Does it say how many watching? Of course it's live. It's for you, Italia. Welcome to YouTube. I'm not 52. Don't make me older. I'm only 51. Do you really have that as a ringer? I got a chick in my throat. Okay. Sometimes premieres get confusing, but you're reading chat. Yeah, I'm not premiering. This is all live. It says you streamed 4 minutes ago. Well, that's weird. Maybe it started 4 minutes ago, because I think I'm still live, right? Yeah, if I'm seeing you guys, it means I'm still live.
You unlock.
All right. Couple things to get out of the way. I think my daughter's walking in. If you're not live, I'm having a flashback. Ooh. All right. I got a lot for you guys. First things first, I'll get the depressing stuff out of the way. So I've been in a weird funk all day, and I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but I've been cleaning and organizing, and my closets look so good. But, I'm trying to get my mind off stuff, and me and Dayton had to do some paperwork today, and we got the autopsy results back, and all I can say is that he went out his way on his terms, and high as a motherfucker. But he did it to himself. He went out on his terms, which is exactly what I said it was from the beginning, and everyone tried to talk me out of it. But no, he did. He went out on his terms, and doors closed. Nothing we can do. No lawsuit. Lawyer said there's nothing we can do. He went out on his terms. So I figure, what did I used to do? What I usually do to keep my mind off things? I clean. No, he didn't think of anybody. Well, in a way, Quinny, he did. Because, Dane's not his only kid. He's got other kids. But he did think of him because he couldn't get out of the drugs that he was on. He could not. No foul play. He refused medical treatment. And they told him, you're going to die if you don't. And he said it's better than jail. So he went out his way. So in a way, it's good for Dayton because, we know that it wasn't anything foul play. We know that it wasn't anything, and I keep telling him he went out on his terms. He did it the way he wanted to go out. And if he had to go out, that was the way he was going to do it. And that's typical him. So a little depressing, a little, I guess I'm the least shocked because I called this from the beginning. So, but all this is going on the last 2 days. So that's why I'm trying to take my mind off things, and it is what it is. Dayton it's as good as a 14-year-old's going to be who lost his dad. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But it's also why I've been, on high edge the last 24, 48 hours. So it's okay. I forgot your son for a sec. Now we're trying to find him a counselor. He wants to go for counseling. And I'm trying to find him one, and I sent his insurance over to one, and I haven't heard anything. So I know it will, Bonnie. But cleaning, whenever him and I would fight, I would always clean. So I figured cleaning would take my mind off things. And then I'm trying to watch Stranger Things, but it's getting dumber each episode. So I may turn to Riverside or something. I don't know. Riverdale. But so that's why I've been like kind of on edge. But that's what's going on with that. The door is closed. There's no more. It's finished. The chapter is completely done. And now it's 100% healing. But I mean, it's good to know there wasn't foul play. But I told Dayton, I said, look, I knew your dad better than your dad knew your dad. So I'm telling you, I just knew this. I knew that's what he did. So it is what it is. But it's all good. So moving on. All right. I heard a couple things. Oh, no, it kicked out of Discord. All right, I'll add you back in. I thought you were just in there before. Oh, maybe I was looking at something old. Yeah, I've been asking him to go to counseling for a while now, and he hasn't wanted to. And then he said he wanted to. He's like, Mom, I think I'm ready. All right, let's do this. So at Pecan Pie, that's exactly right. Now he could put him on a pedestal. He could be the best father in the whole wide world. But meth was something he couldn't beat it. And it took him. It is what it is. Took 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, this is months. I've been asking him for months. They do an assessment, then assign a counselor. Aha. Oh, absolutely, Cheryl. Because you know what it is, too? He's a guy. He wants to talk to a guy. He doesn't want to talk to me. He wants to talk to a guy. He'll cry to me, but I think he wants to talk to a guy. Because mom's dumb. Mom doesn't know anything. Mom's never been through anything. You know how us moms are. We're just stupid. So, I'm proud of him. I think he's going to be just fine. Hey, Bobby, I think we're going to get through this just fine. I really do. He's got more enthusiasm now than he did before. He's got more happiness in a way around him. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Brother died. My dad and 2 sisters did. And it really, yeah, I'm hoping it will. He's just so smart. Oh, really? Didn't believe in counts. Had to seek it on my own once I went to college. No, I definitely believe in it. He was in counseling when we were going through our custody fight. So I agree. It is a good step. So, all right. I just wanted to fill you guys in on that. Let's move forward. Otherwise, I'm going to end up in tears, and I don't want to see that either. So let's just move forward. You guys will hear Dayton playing games in the background. So, okay. I am going to do an open panel once I explain everything. And once we go through stuff, play the conference, I am going to go ahead and make it an open panel. I normally don't do open panels, but there's only so much that's being said, and there's like only so much I can say. So that's why I figure open panel would be good. Secondly, is anyone watching the Scott Peterson stuff? I tried watching it yesterday, and I was so bored. I was even like doing stuff, and I'm still trying to listen to it, and I was so bored. I was like, these lawyers are killing me. I can't do this. I just can't do it. Another case I'm going to be covering, heads up. I forgot the girl's name. I actually caught it on, hey, Crystal, on Law and Crime today, like 1 minute after they posted it. pretty interesting story about a girl, an Instagram model, an influencer who killed her boyfriend by stabbing him. Does anyone know the story? And she got away with it for a couple months. And now she's getting, she just got picked up on Thursday. She just got picked up from the, whatchamacallit, she just got picked up on murder charges or manslaughter charges. It is interesting case. Oh, OnlyFans model. Thank you. OnlyFans model. Like I said, I only heard the story quickly. They did like a 13-minute piece on it. So I don't like remember all the details, but I watched it this morning. So Scott Peterson, he deserves a second chance. Whether you think Scott Peterson is guilty or innocent, he deserves a fair trial. And that is something he never got. Scott Peterson never got a fair trial. He was tried in the media with absolutely zero circumstantial evidence. I mean, physical evidence. If he did all these things that he was convicted of, I'm not saying he didn't kill her. I'm not saying he did. But if he did all these things that they accuse him of, guess what? Guess what? I did, Crystal. There would be some sort of physical evidence, and there's zero. Zero. There's never been 1 ounce of physical evidence tying Scott Peterson to that murder. So again, you guys, whether you think he's innocent or guilty, he still deserves a fair trial. Plain and simple. Just like Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey deserve a fair trial. And that's the thing. Doesn't matter if you think he's guilty or if you think he's innocent. Those that think he's innocent may change after a fair trial. Those that think he's guilty may change after a fair trial. Her hair was not on the boat weights. They found 1 piece of single hair on a, whatchamacallit, on a, not a screwdriver, a wrench or something like that. Yeah, Avery and Dassey both deserve a fair trial, something they never received. And it's sad. Courtney Taylor, thank you. Thank you. There's probable cause and a motive. And let me say, and I don't want to spend too much time on Scott Peterson, but let me say this, though. People were saying he changed his looks. You know, that made him guilty, or that made them think he was guilty because he dyed his hair and this and that. But he was also known to the whole world as a cheater, a narcissist, a liar, and everything else. Wouldn't you change your look too? Think about it. I thought about that today when they were talking about it. I was like, well, you know, he kind of maybe didn't want to be known as those things. Maybe. We aren't blind, he did it. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I'm just saying he deserves a fair trial. He was caught fleeing to Mexico. Would you run if you were being accused? I sure as fuck would. I'd be running with both feet. I don't know it. Like, people think I'm leaning towards innocent. I don't know what I think anymore. Sometimes I think he's guilty, as can be. Other times I think he's not. There's too many things that don't add up. And the biggest one that does not add up for me is the jail calls that miraculously just disappeared. The fact that they lied about when the robbery took place, when the robbery actually, I mean, I believe the news reporter. He said the robbery took place not on that day, but the day before, exactly when they thought it took place. Too many inconsistencies with the cops and those calls that just miraculously disappeared. That's my biggest problem. I'm not saying Scott Peterson didn't hire those guys to kill his wife. You never hear me say that. But just too many inconsistencies with the police. And I don't know how you all of a sudden just lose. Yeah, it was the same day. I don't know how you all of a sudden just lose recordings that were done in jail and then lied about the day that it happened. That's something's not right there. So again, I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. I just think he deserves a fair trial. So he admitted going fishing out in that boat. Correct. And he, believe me, he had such a great lawyer, but he still didn't do much. He sure didn't cry for Lacey. No, he did not. But that doesn't make you guilty. And I'm just saying in, the big ballpark of things. Stephen Avery never cried either, and he's innocent as innocent can be. So there's that. All right, but I don't want to spend too much time on Scott Peterson. I just wanted to tell you guys, if you guys don't know the Instagram story, I keep saying Instagram, the OnlyFans story, basically what I know without getting into detail is what I had stated already, that crazy, and it's mind-blowing that this OnlyFans model was saying that she's a subject of abuse, and that's how she's gotten away with the murder for the last couple of months. Then they release, or someone releases, this video of her in an elevator, and she's the one attacking him. And he's like, being real quiet about it and, trying to subdue her. Yeah, he did have Garagos, but not punching her. You can tell that he was not the aggressor. And they picked her up and they said that the knife wounds were down. It looks like an interesting case. So I just heard about it today. I will get you guys more details over the weekend. But yeah, so that's another case I'm going to look into and most likely cover because it just seems pretty interesting. All right, so let's get into Kiely. I have heard, all right, there are so many things being spread all over YouTube. There's so many lies and rumors because everybody wants to be the next big thing. Everybody wants the big numbers. Everybody's going to jump on a bandwagon. That's everybody. Many people don't even fact check. Many people just run with whatever rumor they have. And oddly enough, these are all the people with over 100,000 viewers, 100,000 people in there. 100,000 subscribers. Some of them have 300,000 subscribers, and they just run with whatever rumors come their way. And that's what their thumbnails are. That's what their titles are. It's scary. It really is scary. I think that they are somewhat in full control of the case, but I felt like today I only heard a couple of minutes of the press conference, but I feel like they're frustrated. And I only heard one part of it. I'm going to watch it with you guys, but I only heard one part of it. And this one part is just eating at me because it makes me think, who's telling the cops this? Is there one particular person who lives in the area that's feeding the cops a bunch of nonsense? Don't know. But I found it a little odd. Hey, Daniela, but I found it a little odd. Just a little odd. And the way I say that is, all right, I understand. 8-centimeter deep wound, that's a surface wound almost, but went into the heart. Okay, it is going to be complicated. When I see, how do I explain this? All right. Same thing with laundry case. It was, who do you, are you going to think if it's your kid? Are you going to think, what would I do if it was my child? If I heard the piece of this news conference correctly, and I'm not saying I did, but I'm almost positive I did, but we're going to hear it in a minute. She states, the cop, states that parents are telling their kids not to come forward, not to get involved. I have put myself in both sides of this to see what I would do. On one hand, and I want you guys to think about your answer. Don't give me your answer. Think about your answer before you respond. Watch the press conference, and then I'll take your answers. And the reason I'm doing that is, let me explain both sides. On one side, of course, you want your kid to come forward and tell the police everything you know, and make sure that you tell everybody, you go to the police and you tell them, son, if you saw her, if you didn't see her, give them all your information. That would be the right thing to do if we lived in a perfect world. That would be the right thing to do if there were more leads to go on. It would be the right thing to do if 25,000 innocent people were not sitting in prison. So the flip side of this is, exactly, Pecan, the flip side of this is, I don't know if I would have my kid go forward. Let me explain why. This is a huge case, especially in that area. This has now become a worldwide case because of YouTube. This is not a local thing. A lot of these kids are going to college next week. A lot of these kids are moving on with their life. As sad as it is that Kiely is not here, 200 kids at that party may possibly be never even saw her, nothing to do with it, which I completely understand. Would you want your kid to ruin possibly their career? These are rich kids too, but possibly ruin their college. They're leaving for college. Possible that they just don't want to get involved in something because they're leaving for college. Their parents still live there. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how I'd feel, especially if I wasn't close with Kiely. If my kid wasn't close with Kiely, I might tell them, keep out of it. Just stay out of it. You're leaving for school next week. You didn't know her. You weren't, friends with her. You were just at a party with her. Stay out of it. It's got nothing to do with you if you didn't see her. Now, if my kid comes forward and says, Mom, we were hanging out, we were doing dope together, we were smoking pot together, that's a different story. But if your kid is getting ready to go to Harvard, again, these are a lot of very wealthy kids. If your kid is getting ready to go to Harvard, or your kid is getting ready to go to Yale or Berkeley or USC, are you going to let him go talk to the police and possibly maybe get accused of something? Not saying they will, but once you put yourself on that radar, you never know who's who. Now, everyone's saying it's anonymous, but if any of these parents have attorneys, it's not really anonymous. You would have to call from a payphone to make it anonymous, because anytime you call in, the cops can track it. Cops can ping it, period. So it's not really anonymous just because you're not giving your name. Cops know who you are. Yeah, it's not going to be totally anonymous. That's what I'm saying. So it's just, none of those kids are going to Yale. These are hippie kids from Truckee. A lot of their kids doing nothing now. See, I don't believe that. That was a pretty affluent area. Sammy herself is a neuroscience major, going to, I forgot which school, but it's a really good school. So yeah, I know, right? Good luck finding that payphone. Second, where's Kylie's dad? I read an interview about Kylie's dad or something. He lives in another state, I think. And many are still in high school. Okay, so it doesn't have to be an Ivy League school. It can be Berkeley. I mean, they're in California. It could be University of Sacramento. I don't care where it is. The point is, some of these kids may be on scholarships. Some of these kids may be on that they can't get involved. They can't say anything. My point is, don't turn this into a Brian Laundrie situation, because you may not agree with the parents telling their kids not to come forward. But there's 1,000 reasons why parents would not want kids to come forward. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to let my kid get involved and mess up her life unless she actually saw it. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. These kids are going to hike the Pacific Great Trail. Okay. I know. Okay, Wild Dog. I don't know who you are. I never saw you before, but I guess you know everything. And you know everything about all these kids. Also, whose parents? Their parents, because the parents might be scared that the cops in some teen. I totally agree with that too. Most of them were under the influence. And so it's a complex situation just because of their ages, and got torn to shreds on a comment. Yeah, but none of the other people got torn to shreds. It was only the person that lied. Yeah, and that's another thing. She's a minor. Like, my kids are almost 18, so they'll always be my babies. But there is a difference. The twins, once they turn 18, they're technically not minors, where Dayton is. So 18 in any state, you can't drink, but you're not technically a minor. Just saying. It's hard because for my child, exactly, Cheryl. And that's where the back and forth, like the good side, bad side, come from. Because on one hand, you want them to do the right thing because you put yourself in the position, if it was your child, you would definitely want them to come forward, and you would want as much information as possible from anybody just to find out where your daughter is. Totally get that. There's a lot of theories. I know a lot of people have been saying this too. And I believe it started in this chat. I don't remember who said it, but the theory of somebody may have been hiding in the back seat when, she left her car, which is a good theory. I see other people have now started jumping on that. And other people are saying that theory. So I know the first time I ever heard it was here a couple of days ago. It is a solid theory, and it would be a good reason why nobody saw her. But it still leaves to be seen, where the hell is the car? Police are probably waiting very eagerly for these kids to go to college, because the first couple of weeks of school, a lot of talking. That's true too. Oh, it was you, Bella. Yeah, a lot of people are taking it. And honestly, I have never seen that theory before it was said here. And that was like 3-4 days ago. So you should get the credit for that, because I've watched a lot of people and I haven't heard anyone say it before, except for you. Heck, I get my feelings hurt online from time to time. We need to give kids a safe, comfortable place to come forward. Okay, that's another thing I want to touch on before I play the press conference, Donna. Online should not be a place to come forward. On anyone involved should not be a place to come forward. They need to set up undercover agent and undercover somebody that's a kid or looks like a kid or something. Social media, YouTube is not a place for people to come forward. Assigning some random person who lives in the area as someone trustworthy enough to come forward is not okay. It's completely irresponsible. The only people that should come out and speak to somebody would be the police. End of story. Boyfriend says, please share any leads to innocent Sammy. You see what I'm saying? Like, they should have never been involved in the first place. Ever. Ever. And again, nobody said Sammy was guilty of murder or kidnapping or stealing her. Nothing like that. That's not what we said. I said she's guilty of something. I just don't know what that something is. It could be something big. It could be something small. I don't know. Exactly. I'm going to play that now, Peanut. So the news conference today, they try to do an update. You really can hear the frustration in the cop's voice. I felt so bad for them because they're like pleading, like, please give us something to go on. We just want to find this girl. Hey, Dr. Dre, the teen-to-teen meetings without LE participation, snacks of that was so weird. So weird. And I never believed it either. Maybe she's still going at the gas station. Maybe. That's definitely possible, Peanut. I just know there's something. I just don't know what it is. It could be something Ellie told her not. No, it's not that. It's definitely not that. Hold on. You ever put something on your chair when you're cleaning and then you sit on it? Why the parents not wanting the kids to come forward that are so terrible? No, if you back up a little, JJ, I just kind of explained it. So as far as the parents telling the kids not to speak, even the sheriff said it's not confirmed and could be rumor. Correct. Oh. No. Oh, I see what you're saying. But that's what they said on the news conference. That's where I got it from. All right. See, I didn't see that. But that makes me wonder too, Donna. Is there people calling and trying to sway them into other places? Or is someone feeding them a bunch of complete nonsense? Like, we just don't know. That's my point. These towns have so many weird tourists coming through. Absolutely. But so does every town. That's the thing. And one thing we did learn from the press conference, the couple that disappeared, I guess Reno and Truckee don't have a big police department, is what I'm assuming, because the cops said they had to take one of the detectives off of Kiely and go to work on the other case. So I would think in that area they get a lot of missing people, but maybe not. All right, let's go ahead and watch this. And then I'm going to do open panel, and you guys call in. You can give me your thoughts. Exactly, Donna. Someone pulling it away. Think they have a general idea what happened and where she is. See, really? You think they know where she is? I don't. All right, let's go ahead and watch this because I haven't watched the whole thing. It's only 8 minutes. And guys, don't forget, we're halfway through the month. We still need another 20 members? Yeah, we still need another 20 members to hit the 100 to do another big candle giveaway.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Angela Musalam. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Placer County Sheriff's Office. I'd first like to begin by thanking the Rodni Neiman family for being here. Thank you. As you all know, we continue to have local, regional, state, and federal agencies assisting us in the search for Kiely Rodni. This is day 6 of the search, and to date, we have dedicated over 9,000 hours and over 900 tips have been received related to the search for Kiely. We'd like to mention that the Tahoe Truckee community has been extremely helpful to us during our search and our investigation, but we'd like to encourage everybody to please continue to notify the Sheriff's Office anytime you feel like you have a tip or any information that may help lead us to Kiely. It's recently come to our attention, and we have received several several reports of adults trying to discourage people and possibly teens from coming forward with information that could help us locate Kiely. So we'd like to remind everybody again, our interest is it.
Can I just say, she has the most incredible hair I've ever seen. Her hair is absolutely stunning. Just saying. And again, welcome, Cheryl. Now we got 19.
Not arresting any individuals, prosecuting any individuals, or holding them accountable for any underage drinking or illicit drug activity that did occur, that we know occurred at the Prosser Family Campground Friday evening. Our sole purpose in this investigation and search is to bring Kiely home to her family, and we need the community's help. We're here to support the community. As we mentioned earlier, we have set up an online portal where people can submit photos and videos that they believe may help lead us to Kiely. That service and that option is anonymous. You don't have to enter your phone number and you don't have to enter your email address or your name. This is a strictly confidential, anonymous way for us to receive photos and videos from the Prosser Family Campground party that may assist us in locating Kiely and her vehicle. In addition to that, we want to remind everybody that we have an online email portal set up and our tip line. All of this information can be found on our social media accounts in our latest press release that went out just a few hours ago. We've created a link tree to condense all of the options available to the community and the public who would like to help us with any tips or leads that they may have. Again, we'd like to thank you for continuing the coverage in our search and efforts to locate Kiely. And again, we'd like to thank the Rodni Neiman family for being here. We'll open it up for questions.
Of the 900 tips that you've received, are they mostly from this area? How far out would they be from if they're from out of this area?
We've received tips from across the country, and we continue to. And at this point, our detectives are not
She's kind of a snob, though. Pretty hair, but she's a bit of a snob.
discounting anything. Every possibility, every option is being explored currently as we continue to try to learn where Kiely may be and where her vehicle is located.
Have the tips slowed down at all 6 days later, or are they still coming in as they were?
No, tips have not slowed down. We have tips pouring in every hour, and we have all of our detectives rapidly looking through each and every single one of them and trying to exhaust each and every single lead. Unfortunately, most leads have not panned out and have not been fruitful, but we are not discouraged. And again, we're really
Notice she said most, though. She didn't say all. She said most. Most. I totally agree. I love Life 360. Love it.
urging anybody in this community and beyond who may have been at this party to please, if they have video or photos from this party, to please upload them to our anonymous online portal. We are very interested in seeing these photos and videos.
You're saying that some people may have been persuading maybe students or young teens to not come forward in fear of some sort of consequences. Can you explain that dynamic a little bit?
So we've received reports from adults around the community who we understand are dissuading people from coming forward. And
see, that's what I heard. That one part is what I heard. Can you guys hear it okay? I got my microphone like right next to the speaker. And I turned up the volume on my mic. Can you hear it okay? So rewind that again. I'm going to play that part again.
understand are dissuading people from coming forward.
All right.
Dynamic a little bit.
So we've received reports from adults around the community who
So we received reports from adults around the community.
we understand, are dissuading people from coming
Are what people?
forward. And that impedes our investigation. We want to find Kiely. We want to bring Kiely home to her family. And if people are out there telling people who may have valuable information to not come forward, that's an issue. Again, we're not here to arrest anybody and hold them accountable for underage drinking and drug usage. That's not our interest right now. That won't be our interest in this case. Our sole mission is to bring Kiely home to her family, and that's what we want everybody to understand. We've been saying this from day one. It's now day 6.
See, they're saying that, but that's not true. The cops lie, and kids know cops lie. And I'm sorry, if my kid wasn't personally involved, I wouldn't want him coming forward either. If he was personally involved, that's another story.
Are those adults going to be held accountable for impeding within the information being brought to you?
Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean parents. All right. Yeah, 50,000, and I believe it's rising.
Potentially, if we can prove that this is actually happening. Remember, these are just reports that we're receiving. If there is solid evidence, we'll have to pursue it. That's also our job. But again, right now, our sole focus and our only focus is to bring Kiely home.
Are those reports coming out of our community?
Yes.
Within the North Lake Tahoe Truckee area?
Yes.
Thank you.
God, she's such a bitch. I love her.
Or maybe interviews that you guys have conducted from yesterday to today. Has anything new panned out or new information to share?
There's no new information to share, but we will say that each day our detectives and our search and rescue crews do continue to search different areas, and they continue to interview new people, and they continue to develop new leads that need to be followed up on. And one thing that I think I'd like to clarify is that our detectives cannot debunk or not confirm any type of lead within minutes, right? So I can't debunk a lead and say, oh, this is false information in 5-10 minutes. Some of these leads take days to thoroughly investigate, and that's what we're doing. That's what we've been doing from the first day of the search, thoroughly searching and thoroughly investigating. So this is a very complex process, and again, we're looking for the community's help to help lead us to Kiely.
Yesterday, I think one of the officials, they
She's just such a bitch. I like her. I like her because she's such a bitch.
described this situation as looking for a needle in a haystack, but we don't know where the haystack is.
Right.
Is that still the case?
That is still the case. We wish it weren't. Are there any more questions?
Here's the report of the couple that went missing on their way home from Hot August Nights in Reno. The search effort to find them, will that be taking resources away from this search effort?
I'm going to let Lieutenant Perry from the Nevada County Sheriff's Office answer that.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Perry. I'm the Investigations Lieutenant for Nevada County Sheriff's Office. We did have to pull one detective today for that investigation, as well as some of our investigative efforts down the hill to look into that. And we're currently working hand in hand with the Yuba City Police Department on that investigation.
Thank you so much. This concludes the press conference.
She's a bitch. Love her. Love her. She's amazing and smart. So glad they put her in charge of Sheriff Moon. The parents that gave their kids the cocaine money don't want them talking. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean the kids have, my kids have tons of money and it's from working. Here it's 18 or 19. What was what? The press conference? That was a press conference from today. I think she's self-obsessed as well and like hearing her own voice, but passes it as assertive in a male-dominating industry. I'll go with that. I'll buy that, Bella. She is professional. I said she's a total bitch, but I love her. Nobody at that party benefits by talking to police. I agree, Jeffrey. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not trying to sound horrible. I'm not trying to sound like, like, oh my God, Laura, you're such an asshole. But if it was my kid, unless they were directly involved, if they were just at a party that somebody disappeared, I'm not telling them to go forward. If they had real juicy inside information, fuck yeah, I tell them to go forward, as long as they didn't do anything. I love her too. I just meant that she's good and also has a great, oh my God, she has an amazing head of hair. Oh no, I know that. My niece and nephew are part of a culture up there, and they were so big in the protests in 2020. Hold on. They're not able to humble up and accept the police. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like it exactly. That's why at the beginning, Peanut, I put myself on both ends. I put it on both sides. What if it was my kid? Of course, I'd want everyone to come forward. But it's also scary. And if I was a mom and no kid wants to come forward, you know what that would make me feel like? That everybody knows what happened to my daughter. That's how I would feel. Since nobody's talking, that tells me that they all fucking know what happened. That's me, though. And I don't know. It's just how I would feel. How old is this kid? Who? Kiely is 16. So I'm going to open it up. Anybody that wants to come up is more than welcome to come up. Open panel. There's the link. Teens these days think they're hardcore rappers and that they can't snitch, which is a huge problem. I don't know about that. I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just not positive. Exactly. What did I say? They do not care about drinking and drugs. They want to find a person or the murder person. That is always what they do. Yes, they say that, but what if they corner it on somebody? What if Bobby is actually innocent and Bobby didn't like my story? I mean, the cops didn't like Bobby's story. So they pieced together a bunch of circumstantial evidence, and next thing you know, they're putting pressure on Bobby, and he's being locked up forever for my murder. Think about it. It happens all the time. Shoma sounds like cops should be trusted to not persecute. It is frowned upon, but that's why they say they'll do it anonymously. Snitching has always been bad, though. Nobody ever wants to snitch. Oh, Bobby, the flag guy. Bobby Smalls, 420. I agree. And Megan. Can't leave Megan out of that one. Snitching is only if you're in a gang. They call that place sanctuary for a reason. That's true. We don't. Donna, why don't you take the link and come up since you're from the area? Who's the other one from the area? Someone with an A, I think. Who else is from the area? I believe they, Sam, and Jagger know a lot more. Maybe accident and freaked out and hit her body, knowing they would probably be blamed. The fact that Jagger deleted that post is huge to me. Which post? No. Anyone's free to take a link. Snitches get stitches. They ain't no pirates. Hey, I think I have more guys in my stream tonight than I've ever had. Woo woo. Snitching is bad. So tough. I don't know what I would do if I was. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what I would do either. I know someone call. I'm going to go back to my cleaning. I sell propane and propane accessories. Find the car, find more info. Absolutely. Hey, Destiny. I agree with that. They need to find the car. Police lie. I agree with that too. You don't understand the definition of snitching. If someone rapes you and you tell, believe me, I know what snitching is. DGR Dave, I agree with you. I'm the same way. When I grew up, you did not talk to cops. And I'll tell you this much, though. There's a big misconception people have. If I'm so innocent, then since I'm so innocent, I'll talk to the police because I'm innocent. Don't ever think that you can do that. You got to connect your microphone. Donna, connect your microphone. There's a little button on the bottom. There you go. Hey.
Hey, sorry guys. I'm on my phone because my tablet isn't died. So what do you guys want to know? Now's a good time. I can't see the chat, so.
Oh, you can't?
No, I don't know why. I'm on this terrible phone. I could do it real well when I had my tablet, but things are not looking good for this. Well, let me hit chat. Can you still hear me okay?
Yep. You can't type in chat, but at least you can see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to come up. It's not coming up.
Are you
don't know why.
Private chat or you're in regular chat? You have to go to regular chat. You're probably looking at private chat.
Oh, okay. I don't have the option. So it says chat at the bottom.
No, that's private chat. Look on top.
Not see it.
It
I'm a poor
comments.
person with an Android phone, so that might be why.
Does it say comments?
No.
I don't know then.
So I can't see it, so you might have to yell it at me.
All right. It's all right.
And we're outside, so you're going to hear fair traffic right now because inside is my son and dogs, and it's really loud.
So now, what did you think? What do you think of the police saying that they don't necessarily know for a fact, but about parents coming forward? Would you be that parent that forces your kid to go forward, or would you be that you're going to college next week? You don't know.
No, I would make my kids come forward.
You would?
That's without a doubt. But I'll tell you something. I talked to a couple of sheriffs yesterday. Mostly they were trying to get people to volunteer or fill out an application. They're really short-staffed. When I asked them certain questions, literally they did not answer. They got quiet. And so I asked them, one of the simple things was I asked them if they knew about the couple. They did not answer me. So I never got an answer about the couple that's missing. Nothing, like no news, nothing.
Which police department did you call for that? Because
I saw them in person. It was the Nevada County Sheriff.
Which one? We lost her. Come back, come back. Come back. Come back, come back. Where'd you go? She left us. Donna. Oh, Donna. All right, we'll wait for her to come back. Oh, addiction is nothing to be ashamed of. Not at all. I don't know who said someone was shaming addiction. I've said it before. I'm very proud that I'm an addict. It makes me special. It has taught me things and given me strength that I never knew I had. I'm stand on a rooftop and say I'm an addict. I got no problem with that. It is possible adults are threatening the kids not to talk in more discreet or not ways. I don't think they're threatening. I think they're kind of just saying, like, you don't want to get involved. You know, you didn't know her. Don't get involved. Something like that. Which I get. You know, what if someone goes forward and they get tied down to, you know, now they got to stay in their, you know, this is in their life and so on and so forth. I agree, Italia. I totally agree. People still think shaming addicts, where'd we go? Shaming addicts is a thing to do in 2022. Really? There should be no shame. None at all. I got no shame in my game. Oh, there you are. Hey, what happened?
Anything I said about the sheriff, huh?
What?
Did you guys hear anything I said about the sheriff?
No, I had asked which police station did you call?
Okay, it was the Nevada County. I saw them in person.
Oh, okay.
And it was the Nevada County, two Nevada County sheriff officers. So I got to watch this to make sure I don't get bumped out again. The only thing they did solidify with me, which I guess I got bumped out and didn't hear, is they want this shared on social media. It's kind of why they let the kids run with it.
Okay.
Because they think she was taken and they're afraid she's in another state. And they even said this on an interview. If you go back to one of their interviews, another country. So the thing about the area up here are there these little highways. You guys would maybe just call it a road. It's like a 2-lane road.
Okay.
You could get, so say you want to go through Nevada, then you're going to go, you can go that way, right? To Idaho, Utah, you can go that way. Montana. Hop in from the Montana runs along the border of Canada. There's no one out there. I've done that drive. My dad lives in Montana. You can also go the other direction. So you would take the Highway 20 are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay. You can take the Highway 20 that I keep trying to tell everyone about.
Okay.
And you can go to the coast and go through like Calusa. I know I'm throwing towns at you, but you can go, you know, into the redwoods. So Eureka, does that make sense to anyone? Eureka is a pretty popular town, so that might be something you guys recognize.
Is that Nevada or California?
So Eureka is in California, but if you stay on that highway, you're going to end up in Oregon, go through Washington, and you can get to, I know my way around up there because my dad travels. There's a little town called Northport. It's on the border of Canada Trail in Rossland, Canada.
Okay.
You basically just go through the border. So I had friends up there when I was in senior. They had 14 kids in their senior class in Northport, Washington. And that's on the border. And we used to go shopping into Trail in Rossland in Canada. And so, and it really, honestly, they don't care what you do on your way in. They check you on the way out because United States wants you to pay tax on anything you bought there. It's weird. They check you. There's certain things you can bring over the border back into California, or rather, I'm sorry, into Washington, or the states that you can't. But you.
She dropped off again. I don't even see Highway 20. Ooh, mineral shop. Young man and minorities. Oh. Amber, you're the one I was saying that you also lived in the area. I was like, it's someone with an A.
Really good internet here.
Hey.
I don't know why it's doing that.
I see it.
Okay.
I'm on Google Earth and Eureka brings
Now
me
I
to
can't hear
Highway
you.
101.
I don't know what's happening.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can.
All right. I'm on.
So
I opened Google Earth to go to Eureka. I don't even see Highway 20. I see 101.
oh no. You're gonna go to 101. You're gonna take 20 and then you're gonna cross over to 101. So yeah, so 20 will bring you into Nevada County. So it'll bring you into Nevada City. So you can take Highway 49 and go through the mountains, which no one likes to do. So you'll just take 20 to 49. And then you're going to, so the roads are weird here, guys. You're going to go like 3 miles on 49. Then you're going to turn right onto 20 again. We are so backwoods, y'all. It's so hard to explain it. And then that will take you down into Penn Valley, Marysville. So you can hop onto 70. And then from 70, you can get to the 101. But these are all back highways where no one would notice you.
Okay.
Or see you. You could just go. There are hay fields out there. Once you hit Marysville, before you get to the 70, you're going to be driving through hay fields and rice fields. They grow a lot of rice there.
Well, that's what they were saying. I think it was today. They said that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, but there is no haystack.
Right. But it is. Anyway. And the funny thing was everyone was saying, oh, it's the people who were lost. Oh, they're 2 hours away from Truckee. No, they're not. They're about 35, 40 minutes if you take the Highway 20, which is the highway all of us take. Yes, it would take you a good 2 hours if you went all the way up 49 to Auburn and hopped on 50 to 80. That's going to take you 2 hours. None of us ever drive that way. We all drive Highway 20. And so it's not that far to get to Truckee. And that's why Reno becomes a day trip for all of us. We can get there in a short time if we take Highway 20. So that's an important highway for people to, if she were to come this way, or whoever took her were to come this way, to realize that she could be down here in 35, 40 minutes, depending on how they drove into Nevada City, Grass Valley. And same with the other 2 people who are missing. So I don't know if you can still hear me.
I can. I'm just
okay.
at Google Earth.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of a weird. I mean, it's really Highway 20 at one time was the only way to get to Reno. Back in the day. I'm not gonna tell y'all how old I am. But it is still, for anyone who doesn't want to drive the extra hour, they take that road.
Okay.
And it's desolate. I am not kidding you. There's no business. There's no gas station until from Nevada City until you get to the Highway 80 when you get back on the freeway to Truckee. There are lakes there and campgrounds. There's Fuller Lake, Bowman Lake.
See, Cheryl, I'm with you. I don't believe a car was on a highway either. I truly believe that her car and possibly her is hidden somewhere.
Right. And you guys, this highway that we call a highway, you guys would call a back road. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've driven.
It's a narrow 2-lane road. I've never seen a highway patrol on it, to be quite honest. In the mountains, there are cliffs on either side. Maybe she had friends she was going to visit, or she was taken. The sheriff really is, boy, I think they think someone took her. Now, they never said that straight up. They just kind of hinted around it.
Do you know how far away from the Hey Cheryl, do you know how far away from the campground was the party? Did they ever give direct?
Oh, it's really, so they were in like the dry camp. So you can camp with around that lake's beautiful. So they have the lodge and you can camp with hookups, I believe, around the other, the head of it. It wasn't that far, but where they were at is where people dry camp.
Were they by the group campground or the family campground?
They were by the family campground, but they were the kids were out a little bit away from that at the they call it dry camping. There's no hookups, there's no outhouses, no facilities at all, but you can still camp there with tents and whatever.
What's this? Oh, you can't see my screen.
I'm gonna go in. I'm moving. I'm gonna try to watch you on my TV and talk to you on my phone so I can see what you're doing. I almost can multitask. What? I won't have the sound on, Casey. My son's like, it's gonna echo if you do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because these are cars.
So yeah, where the kids were at was away from the main, where you would camp with all the facilities. And then, so they were in what you call a dry camp. And I want to say something about the dry camping that, all those people who do the van life.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of campgrounds they stop at. And a lot of them stop there. And it makes you have to semi-wonder about travelers that weren't even at the party. We had that big conversation last night because there's a lot of van life people or travelers who go to those places. It's free camping and you just dry camp there.
There are.
So there's another that then you add more people into the mix. And there's not a lot of dry camping in California. Get down, Gritty. Sorry, I got a dog shoving a toy in my face. Here.
I wish this was clearer.
So I'm trying to think of and did you hear the sheriff talking about the grid map of where they've searched?
No.
Okay, so they have a grid map of the area they searched, which they're not giving the link to anyone but people who search. So my friend is gonna help me try to get a copy of that tomorrow.
Okay.
And it will tell where they have searched, and that might help you guys online and everyone kind of see where their direction is and what they've covered. And they really covered it, because the airport here that's up above me,
okay,
that's where a lot of the planes come out of and a lot of the choppers for fires and search and rescue.
Okay.
They have been going like crazy for the last 6 days. They fly right over me to go up the hill.
Wow.
So I know they're running choppers. Someone said, oh, they only had one helicopter. That's not true, because they're moving constantly out of the airport here.
What's up, Cheryl?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just thought, since you had agreed with my comment, I was about I don't think her car was on a highway, and possibly she is with her car, and that's why it's hidden so well, that I would just jump up and kind of like talk about that. I don't know if I have any more thoughts related to that other than those two things. Like, Well, I don't even really think she was abducted. So the whole idea that someone like took her car with her, um, and then has her somewhere and moved the car to a different location just seems, I don't know, doesn't
What do you think
really.
happened?
Honestly, I think it was just like a sheer accident, like something gone wrong. Perhaps she had too much to drink and like aspirated or something, or OD'd on some type of substance or mixed too many things together. And that led to like a medical issue. And due to the types of things that may have been going on at the party, um, whoever may have been a witness to it just freaked out and put her and her car somewhere. That just seems like it makes the most sense to me. I don't think like a bunch of young people together, um, have like grand schemes or like plotted some attack or something. Um, like who knows? Could she have fallen and hit her head? Um,
But
like I don't know.
let me put a wrench in your theory though.
Okay,
Possible that she hit her head, she OD'd, any of that. So where is her car? And if it was just her, like I've been at parties where people have gotten hurt and one person's like, come on, let's get out of here. No, I'm not leaving them. But
right.
someone's reaction would be just get the fuck out of there. And then they'll be found. So that's why I don't believe with all these people that if something like that happened, not one person saw anything. Second is they say that her car, if you believe the guy that was next to her, the one that said that, he was next to her, or somebody said he was next to her. I think it was Megan that said it, but that he was next
Okay.
to her and, he woke up and the car was gone. 3, the phone call and then her phone going dead. She was in her
True.
car. She would have plugged in her phone. And
Unless that wasn't her.
most importantly, we have no idea if she did any drugs.
True.
And that
Because
Yeah,
there's
no one
no
said she did drugs. They said she did drink.
yes.
right.
But everyone's assuming, and I'm not saying, I mean, she could have been high as a kite.
Yeah, we don't know. We weren't there.
But we have no idea if she was even on drugs. She didn't have a history of doing drugs. We haven't heard that she did drugs. So I
Right.
can't put on her that, yeah, she's doing drugs. Maybe she OD'd because she's 16. So the odds of
Her theory could be partially true though, because a lot of us at the beginning thought that she decided to take a back road. And what we call login trails up here. I don't know. Are you from up here too?
No, I'm not. I'm
Oh, okay.
on the East
So we
Coast.
call them logging trails and roads. You guys would call them, are you crazy? You're driving on that. That is not a road. That's a trail. We thought maybe it was a shortcut she used to take and she tried to take it and got stuck somewhere. And maybe she had more alcohol in her car, drank more. I mean, I know we're all conspiracy theory in it. We do have these logging trails that a lot of us drive. I used to ride my horses on them.
okay.
There was a lady missing about 3 years ago up here. I would say 3.5, 4 years ago. We looked and looked for her. We had big meetings. We all met at the bowling alley. They gave us, the sheriff gave us places to look. And this woman's husband had passed away, and she went out on one of those logging trails with her dog driving and got stuck. And she did pass away because she was an older lady and she was out there for a long time.
Okay.
And she didn't leave her car. But a young person, if Kiely was in good health when she woke up the next day, I believe she would have hiked out.
Right.
So I mean, she could be stuck. Was she stuck with someone who hurt her and they hiked out? You know, that was another theory someone threw at us. These roads aren't the same as they were last year. We call it Snowmageddon. I
Okay.
know. So we have trees down, roads washed out that were good roads last year.
So then this is even less accurate because there would be more roadway and less woods?
No, they're in the woods. They're like these logging trails. It's hard to explain. It's like dusty red dirt up here. Trust me, no one wears white ever. They're these dusty, thick, dusty dirt roads that the loggers have made just to drag logs out when they cut down the beetle trees or whatever. So it's still forested, but these are, for us, like up here, they're like a road to get a shortcut. If you have four-wheel drive, I drive a Jeep, a four-wheel drive Jeep. But it's really a trail. It's like a dirt trail that's not maintained, and they're everywhere out here. And you can hop on ones. I can get to my mom's house on like 3 of them up on the hill. They're not a road.
All right.
There's so many of those little trails out here, and I don't know if you can see them on Google Earth, but that would be a good place for people to look. So her like idea could be possibly true. She got herself stuck somewhere under the trees, under the coverage of these. We have these huge pine trees up here. These redwoods.
No, I think someone would have put her car there in a place like that.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's
think she
possible
did it.
too. They hit her
I don't
car.
think she did it. I do think that this was to some level foul play, not like a premeditated, planned out type of scheme.
Like an accident.
Yeah, and then people freaked out. Just like the same to kind of like counter, I guess is the word, Laura's wrench she threw at me. I'll throw one back at her. If like, you know, the kids would just be like, "Oh, I'm getting the heck out of here," and run. But if they're thinking of the same lines as some of the possible adults out there are saying, like, you know, don't get yourself involved or whatever, they might have been so freaked out that they decided to take matters into their own hands. Or like something could have gone wrong. I think those fights that were mentioned are really weird. Yeah, I agree with karmic vibes. Like someone might have been in the car with her, and maybe she was driving at first, who knows? But I do think her car was moved, and I don't know if it was by her necessarily.
Right. And it's so easy to hide. Yeah, I can hide. I have a huge Dodge pickup too. I could take that thing out and hide it, and I can guarantee it would take you guys months to find it. It's so vast here. And Nevada County and Placer County put together, they're big counties. And we don't have a lot of people, but they're huge counties. And I could hide a car. I could hide my truck, my big old huge ginormous Dodge Hemi. And I don't think people could find it.
But
I don't know if it'd ever get found.
You may be able to hide it, but can you hide it with helicopters and sonar and everything?
Yeah. Well, maybe not the sonars, but you know what? So these are mining you guys know that we're a mining community also, right?
Mhm.
So I am probably sitting on top of a mine shaft on my home right now. And so last year, a huge sinkhole erupted from the mine shafts collapsing. So we have it's a mining community. Not as much up there, but there was quite a bit of mining going on up in Truckee also. There's mine shafts up there. So, I mean, there's just so many options. We still are not unconvinced it's not that she's not in a waterway. That's why we went to the lake to try to pinpoint all the ways you could drive in.
Someone could have put her in there or like pushed her car in there.
Do you know what's
Right.
crazy though? Like, think about this for a second. I know that it's, coming on desert area between Reno but
Right.
think about, what if it's a serial killer?
True.
We're a little
Like
freaked out
the
about the other
animal.
2 people who are missing and
Yeah.
their car's gone.
The
Yeah.
car's gone, they lost their ping.
Their
Exact
phones quit
scenario.
pinging.
It's the exact same scenario.
Right. And the lady was a beautiful, beautiful young lady.
You find
I-
out what happened to one, you might be able to find the other. But what if
Exactly.
it's a serial killer?
I have a question. I'm sorry. What? The other woman on the panel.
Donna.
Donna, thank you. How far of a drive is it to Reno? And is anyone aside from Jagger and Fox News looking there?
Wait, before you
So-
answer, Donna, let me just answer chat for a second.
Okay.
There is a couple that disappeared on the 6th, the same day as her, that there are 2 of them missing. Their car is missing. They were about 30 minutes or so heading back to Cali from Reno.
Yeah, they made it to Pin Valley, California. That's where their pings were. That's the edge. Well, that's kind of at the end of Nevada County.
Plus a
So
60.
they were about 35 minutes, 35 for maybe 40, depending on how you drive. If it was me, 35 minutes from where Kiely disappeared.
And that's what they were talking about in the press conference when the cop said that he had to take a detective off because one of the news reporters asked about this couple because this couple is not getting the coverage that Kiely is. So news reporter asked about it and they said they're working it just as hard, but it's a different person. But Spy Waffle, all cases are different. No 2 cases are identical, even with serial killers.
Right.
So,
Right, and I think they pulled in Yuba County sheriffs
yes,
to help with that one.
because that's where they're from, Yuba County.
Yeah, the man is. Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt. I wanted
Oh no,
to.
it's okay. I just wanted to let you know. Yeah, that they're we're on their way back to a town called Yuba City.
Okay. But Reno would not be a far drive. Like, could you get
So
there?
for me, where I live, Reno's an hour.
What
And
about from
Truckee's a
where
half
this?
that. I'm
Okay.
sorry, what?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so
from
where
where
they're
the
at,
party
half that.
was. Okay.
But it's like, it's so hard to explain about where we live. Like the only thing to do in this town, none of us want to go to Sacramento. That's an hour and a little more than an hour away from where I live. Probably about an hour and 20 minutes. So we all go to Truckee, Tahoe, Reno, if we want to go for a day trip to do anything fun. So
Do you know if they're searching in Reno? Like,
I have,
officially?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know if they're searching or sending groups of people to search in Reno, like on an official
Yes, they are.
level?
It's
Okay.
not just the boyfriend and the girlfriend. Reno is on, so I have a friend that checked the grid. If you're a searcher, you can, in local, you can check the search grid. And she's on their list. And Reno is included.
Okay.
So
Thank
they
you.
are searching Reno and beyond, because once you get beyond Reno, it's desert.
Hmm.
So there's Sparks. They're searching Sparks, Nevada, it's like a twin city to Reno.
Okay.
So Sparks, Nevada is also being searched. I know that's for a fact.
Do you know if any of her friends, like the quote unquote well known, at least to us friends, like Sammy or Mags or Jagger or that girl Kate or whatever, do you know if they have been like questioned by anybody or looked into with their phones?
No, and I talked to the sheriff yesterday. They won't give. I asked him a million questions. I think I almost made the sheriff pass out. They're just giving what we all already know is basically all they told me. When I did ask them about the couple, and they did not answer, period, about the couple that's missing. I got no words.
So
Yeah,
Reno
that's kind of weird.
to Yuba is 101 miles.
Yeah, that's to Yuba
Mhm.
City. So
Yeah.
they were halfway home
Wow.
about.
Yep.
But you got to watch the route you look at, Laura. So did you go on the Highway 20 route?
No, I took 80.
Yeah, don't take 80. That takes you a good 30, 40 minutes longer.
I don't see 20.
Yeah, it's our secret.
I see 5. I
So
see
it's called, so what you're going to find, you're going to look for Highway 49
nope.
first. That's a big one. So
205.
you'll find 49 and then it actually turns into Highway 20 in Nevada City, California. So in 49 will go left into Downeyville. And if you go straight, that's Highway 20 to Reno to Truckee. I should draw you a map.
Hmm.
I'm not very talented, but I could try to do that. Yeah, that's why everybody's getting their time and distances. Like they're saying, oh, it's so far away. But if you take Highway 20, you've shortcutted. It's a shortcut.
20 is probably not on here because there is no 20.
You know what? Let me see if I can get a map of Highway 20 from Truckee to Nevada City, which will get you going. And I'll try to email that to you
Okay.
so you can look at that, because that's what's getting everybody confused who are not from here. That they're saying, oh, it's such a distance. But in reality, it's not if you take that highway. If you go, you're going to go all the way into Auburn. So if you take that to go to Yuba City, you'll end up in Lincoln before, and then that's where you'll turn off to go to Marysville and Yuba City. This is going to add almost a whole hour onto your trip. So no one takes that unless you're from out of town. Locals always take Highway 20. It's like they cut it through the mountains. I'm sorry, what?
It must not be on here.
It's a very well-known highway. So let me I'll email you a map of 20. So what I'll do is I'll take you from Pin Valley where the couple disappeared, and I'll bring you to where 20 hits 80. And then that'll take you, and then once you hit that, you'll be able to find it. That'll take you to Truckee. And the thing about, so can you, like, if you're on your Google, can you like search places?
Yeah, I can search anywhere.
So try the 5 Mile House on Highway 20.
What's that?
Nevada City, California. See if that gets you there. So it's a 5 Mile House, Highway 20, Nevada City, California. See if that works. Did that work for you?
House.
I gotta find me glasses.
It
My
just
dog takes my glasses all the time.
took me to the old 5 Mile House in Nevada County, California.
Yeah. And that's her. They have the best brunch.
Hmm.
All right. They have champagne brunch. I love going there. So that is Highway 20 that you're seeing right there.
Okay.
So if you go down the hill, you'll end up in Nevada City. On the opposite side of 5 Mile House is called Harmony Ridge.
Okay, I see what you're saying. No, so you're all the woods and everything next.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And there's a big lake. So behind the 5 Mile House is a huge lake called Scotts Flat. But you have to pay to get in. But if you go to Lower Scotts, you can go down there without a day pass. You just drive in. So there's 2 lakes. But yeah, and they have cut down a lot of trees that fell down from, you almost look, that looks almost Pin Valley-ish. Are you going down or up? South or north?
I don't know. I am going they're not telling me. North.
Because those look like oak trees. That's why I was asking. So if you go down the hill, you're going to hit oak trees. Up the hill, you're going to hit redwoods. I'm trying to recognize any of it. I'd recognize it by my house. I think you're going down. So you're almost to Pin Valley. I think you're going down the hill. Maybe. Maybe not. Gertie, don't. Oh, no, maybe not.
Rock Creek.
At Rock Creek?
Yeah.
That's off of North Bloomfield. So let's see where I'm at.
Doesn't look to be much
Almost
around
think you
here.
went down. You know what to do to get yourself up to where Kylie would have turned off? Go to Fuller Lake, Fuller Lake.
California?
That'll get you at the top of the hill. That might be a little easier. Whoa.
Okay, that's
Wait.
cool.
So Highway 20, you're gonna turn off a Highway 20 to get there.
Is this Highway 20?
So it'll be, yeah, I think so. I think it'll be over. But I want to tell you guys something about this lake. It's not mandated. There's no gates to get into it, and it's deep. And it's right off of 80. If you just go south just a little, you'll be at Highway 80. You'll be about 15 minutes from the campsite where they were at.
Oh,
15, 20 max. So Fuller Lake has no paid parking. You don't have to pay to get in. The dam is right where you turn in, and you can drive your car right into it.
Okay, I don't want to. I meant to ask you this before, and I forgot. I don't want to forget again.
Oh, okay.
These ones that have like this Rucker Lake LDS camp that looks like it's an actual campsite. Don't these places have cameras?
No. So I'll tell you maybe they might, but I will tell you the whole trip from where you started at 5 Mile House to this Fuller Lake, we don't have cell service.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
So that is a whole stretch of highway. But you know, they do have call boxes at the lookout. There's like this overlook. I think there's a call box there for emergencies.
But she wasn't coming from Nevada City. She wasn't going that way.
No, but the other couple could have left Truckee and took that highway, was the point I was getting at.
Oh, I gotcha.
And it was just a short amount of time. Now, if someone from Marysville was at that party, that's the route they would have took if they would have took her car to hide it. You're not, you could go to Bowman Lake. I got a horse trailer stuck on a hill once there. These are backwoods. We're literally backwoods out here.
How high are these mountains?
So so I'm at 38. So I believe up there has got to be about 5,000 foot elevation up to 6.
Wow.
So Lindsay Campground and Bullpen Lake and Bowman Mountain.
Bowman Lake is huge. You can drive right into that. That is a long dirt road to get there from 20 though.
Are there
a very long dirt road?
Are there like hiking trails or things that people can climb these like what look to be like mountains?
Yeah, they're rocks. We call them there's Black Rock. A lot of people hike that. And then you know
so
the 4-wheel drive vehicles that can drive over rocks? That's very popular out there.
Okay.
Okay, this
But
kind of
see how you can just go right up to this lake?
Yeah.
So what are you on? Are you on?
I'm
Looks like Tahoe. Oh, there you go. Example, Jeep driving over the rocks. A lot of people do that up there.
I wonder if her type of car could drive over that like terrain.
Yeah, it could.
And it could make it out to quite a bit, but you really have to take the air out of your tires and have those shocks where your car goes sideways, you know, where it like walks. It's hard to explain. But a lot of people, it's very popular up here.
It's beautiful.
But you could get down to that water easy. I mean, I grew up camping at Fuller, and you could park right in the water if you wanted.
See, I don't know if being drunk though, I don't know if she would take 20. I would think she would.
Yeah, I don't know if she would, but what if someone else drove her? They said, come stay at my place. I'll take care of you, or I'll take you back in the
I don't
morning.
think so.
I don't know.
She
Why
would
would
have
a
texted.
go up so fast?
I think she would have texted her mom if she was able to.
Maybe.
Like if she was
We
gonna
were
text,
talking about that when we were her age. I remember calling my mom and saying I'll be home in an hour and then not come back till the next day. Sometimes kids make poor choices. It's not because they're bad kids. They just make a choice they shouldn't have. You know?
Right. I don't know. Laura, what do you think?
Hang on. I put my air off. I was freezing. Okay. I missed what you said though. I just got up for a second.
Oh, I just asked you, what do you think about things? Like, where's your mind taking you right now?
I don't know. I
The
want
thing
to.
that they searched the heck out of 89, you guys. So that's why I'm throwing 20 at you.
I want to know how there's so much water in the middle of the mountains.
We have tons of snow.
It's beautiful.
That's all melted snow. That stuff be cold.
It is pretty.
I'm just very surprised with these so many campgrounds, like legit campgrounds, and nobody had cameras. Or maybe they did.
You know, maybe campers have cameras. I know there's none at Fuller or Bowman. And I know there was no service because we ride up there every year, our horse club. And I had a horse get kicked in the face and get a broken nose. And we could not call out. And I had to make that poor horse walk like 5 miles to the horse trailer. We couldn't call for help. So there is areas where you'll get service. You know, if you got to make a call and you see you get a blip to pull over and then you can call someone. I think you might be able to make a call about 2 miles before the lookout.
Okay.
So, but if you're down up at Bowman Lake or down in Fuller, you're not going to be able to make a call. But if you get in your car and drive up to where 20 hits 80 right there.
Okay.
You'll be able to, because they have a tower there, you know, those towers at Truckee, and you'll be able to make a call.
Then if there's no really service, then how was the text message able to go through?
Where she was, they have a service.
Okay. Okay.
So, and then someone told me they just put in a couple of new towers up there. So the service might reach a little better than, but when I went up 2 months ago to Reno, I know I didn't have very good service, and I have Verizon, which is the best for out here. And it was spotty in and out as I went through Truckee. It would work for a minute and then not work for a few miles. So it just depends on where you're at. It's mostly because of the trees and the mountains. They kind of block it out.
Right. That makes sense. I don't obviously want to, harm anyone who is completely innocent. I just, her friends, that something just seems off. I don't know what it means, but
I agree.
And that's what we kind of think, but we're trying to baby the friends so that they'll come forward. We all grew up here. Going to a campground as kids, and I'm old now, was a common thing. We would camp. We never drove anywhere. We took care of each other. Strangers, kids we didn't know would show up at the party. They would take care of each other, of us, of
That's
that,
what I'm
we'd take care of
saying.
them. This is unusual to have this where no one took care of her. It's really strange.
And Sammy was talking to she was sitting in her car and was doing some juicing.
Sorry.
It's okay. And she was saying like, oh, like I know about like drunk driving or drunk drivers or whatever. It's like, okay, you know that, but like you leave your friend behind.
which is unheard of for, I mean, my kids are all grown. They hung out with their friends, but I had a deal with my kids. They could call me and I would either come get them or they could stay the night without being in trouble. That was our rule because I know it's like to be a kid. But even my kids said the same thing. They would have never left a friend there.
I just do not trust Sammy.
Not chair. Mystify. The thing with I-80 is it goes from one part of the country to the other. You can go from California to New York on I-80. It is the biggest trafficked for kidnappings, abductions. It's 180 that connects them all. That's why a lot of cases are tied to I-80. I keep saying 180. I mean I-80.
Yeah, 80 is a beast, and you can hop off of 80, and 90 kind of does the same thing. And then, of course, the 101 on the coast. But yeah, 80 just goes on forever. I get on 80, I can go visit my friends and family. It'll go 80 to 90, and then I go back to 80 to go all the way to Arizona from here. So yeah, 80 goes everywhere.
Let me ask you a question. If they're in a campground and it's a lot of woods, if there's a lot of woods, there's a lot of dirt.
Yes, tons of red dirt.
How are
what?
Oh, good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the red dirt up here is like a dust bowl. The more traffic, it doesn't pack down. It turns into like this red dust. I wasn't joking when I said nobody up here wears white. And all your clothes, all your clothes have red stains, no matter how well you try to care for them. Shoes don't last. This red, it's like dust. It would have left tracks.
That's what I'm saying. How is there not tracks of anything? Her car.
And then the thing about going into the lake, which was what I was trying to say, we don't have sand. We have these huge rocks. Not gravel. They're like, rocks the size of your fist that kind of go around the lakes. I almost wonder if it would even leave tire tracks. And there's like sheer rock, like solid rock that goes right down into the lake. That wouldn't leave a mark or tire tracks either.
Yeah, but I'm in the campsite. There has to be tire tracks.
Well, that's what I was just thinking, like from where they were partying or whatever. I wonder if there wasn't so many vehicles that it's kind like they kind of like all like layer on top of each other. Like, you know what I mean? Like they kind of just.
There has to be something.
And then like if she did drive somewhere, maybe she took like a main road, like if she was a little buzzed or knew she was drinking and she just felt better to take like a more main road, like you had mentioned, Laura, like she probably wouldn't have taken 20 if
she was right there at 80 to go home. Like literally the campground is right off the highway.
All right.
How far away?
Hold on. I just came up with a theory. Could be whacked, but just hear it out. What if the thing that Sammy is hiding is that she never actually saw her there and only saw her there for a few minutes? And then she was supposed to meet her somewhere and she disappeared. And Sammy wasn't supposed to leave her when she went to the bathroom together or something. And that's what Sammy's hiding. But the reason I'm saying that is we're all assuming, and I kind of started with this yesterday, we're all assuming that she stayed until 12:30.
But she doesn't have one picture of her and Kiely together.
What I'm saying. What if she didn't stay and she dropped Megan off or whatever, or went to go get something or something
And never came back.
and never came back, or
Yeah, that's a good one.
Sammy just figured she said she was there, then it, leaves Sammy off the hook. But maybe Sammy was supposed to go with her to the bathroom and she never did, and that's why she fixated on the story. Because I'm sorry, but Kylie was a good-looking girl.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine not one person took a picture of her.
Okay, think about it. I'm old. Y'all ain't as old as me. I went to the fair with my friend yesterday and we took a ton of pictures of ourselves together.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine kids with way better phones than we have. They're going to take pictures of this big event. This is a senior going away party. If I was there with my
Right.
friend, we would be taking pictures together.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
that's crossed my mind a few times, Laura. Why there's no
That could be
pictures of those
true.
two together.
That could be true. Like maybe like Sammy had promised to like look out for her and she didn't. And then when she
Exactly.
tried to look, yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like for right now, like with all the respect, I feel like my gut is just like I'm very convinced on my theory. And if I'm wrong, like I will, acknowledge it and like accept that.
Okay.
I don't know. I just really feel like that just because like other cases, like people, like friends, like I don't know like I don't even think that I feel like they were like frenemies. Like I'm I'll be 32 when my birthday comes this year. So I am obviously like double their age, but I just feel like they were not as good of a friends as maybe they're
Oh, they're
trying to
not.
make it look like.
They're
Yeah,
not
no.
at all.
I wonder who did Sammy go home with? And it has crossed my mind, like, did she call
Oh no,
Jagger?
she went home with her boyfriend.
Oh,
She
well, who's
let
her
that
boyfriend?
slip in an interview at the very beginning and has not repeated it since. Did you guys catch that?
No, I did not.
I did.
What was that?
Sammy was with her boyfriend.
Okay.
So when she left, that's where she ended up, or however that worked. I don't know if he came and picked her up or if he was already there, but that's who she was with at the end of the night.
Was her boyfriend Jagger?
No, I know, huh? We all think that. I don't know. I know. A different guy.
Yeah, Sammy
But
went full private when we outed, not me personally, well, maybe me, but when YouTubers outed that she did not have a connection to Kylie, all of a sudden she went private.
well, I see that
Yeah.
she's not talking as much right now either.
Oh no.
See, and that's another thing. I don't know. I just do not trust that girl. Like it just brings up like other cases where friends have like inserted themselves and like they were really like involved in harmful situations such as like intentionally murdering their quote unquote friend. Um I wonder like did those two get in a fight? Like could that
Wait,
be
hold
what she's
on. Someone said, Sam, I was not with her boyfriend. Another girl came with Kelly and left with her boyfriend.
Hold on, so Sammy was not
Oh,
with
so it
her
was a
boyfriend.
different girl who left with her boyfriend?
So someone left with Sammy's boyfriend. Some other girl left with Sammy's
No, a
boyfriend.
different, maybe it was another girl left with her, with the other girls, not Sammy's, but her own boyfriend. Maybe that's what happened.
Sammy said she went home with the dude, but didn't specifically say her boyfriend. Max went home with her boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
See, and I said this yesterday, Trish Mendoza. That case crossed my mind big time because of like Jagger going and staying at like Kylie's house. Kind of reminded me of how Sheila Eddy stayed or visited Skyler's parents and like sat with them and comforted them in like Skyler's room, and all the while she had help in killing her. So
Kylie went with Mags to the party. That we know.
Right.
and why was Mags only there for like a short amount of time?
She met a
Well, I
boyfriend.
think she said, yeah, she
Oh,
has a
okay.
boyfriend, and I think the party got a little too much for her. I don't think she could handle all the people and all the. I mean,
Maybe
they had.
honest-
It's
So
only
what you guys are,
10 minutes.
the Bay Area people, they're a little rough. We don't even like them moving to our town. So, in case anybody was wondering about that.
But she wouldn't have
Of the-
known that. She was only there 10 minutes, they said.
Yeah, she didn't stay. I think it was maybe too much for her. But they said there were tons of people. There were people there from Bay Area, from Sacramento, from Yuba City, from Marysville, from all around. People had come from very far away.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
Pecan pie. They probably just wanted to be alone. It was an opportunity
Right.
to be alone.
right.
Of all the friends though, I feel like I believe Mags, at least from what we know and what
Right.
she has
I think
said.
so too.
I
I just
believe
don't
her.
think she stayed at the party. I think it was too much for her, and I don't blame her. You know,
Oh yeah, no, I would have been out of there. I would have never went, but
well, the
if I
thing
did
about
go, I
me
would have
at
been
her
out
at
of
their
there.
age, we would have been planning to camp there. We wouldn't have been planning to drive anywhere. I mean, it was normal. It is normal for a group of kids to go camping and have their little party and not drive and
Right.
stay the night there. And it's not that the parents encourage it. It's just that we know our kids are going to go do something. We would rather them stay put
Miss
where
Sophia,
we know they went.
that. She said 5 guys asked Mags to hit a bong without a boyfriend. Mags got creeped out, so left with a boyfriend. How do you know that?
Oh, I think Mags
Oh,
said
that's what
that.
she said.
Oh,
I
Mags.
saw that in the interview.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's on some video interview somewhere.
Dave, I don't necessarily think she did anything, but she's hiding something.
We think they're afraid to come forward, and it could not have anything to do with Kylie. We've talked about this up here. Sammy could have did something she wasn't supposed to do as far as her parents were concerned, or something she's with this guy, or maybe she went to some guy's house and said that, and she's hiding that. And so
Well,
she's carrying that guilt of hanging out with someone when she should have been there helping Kylie. Doesn't mean she
I
hurt
will
Kylie or had anything to do with it. She has other issues she's trying to deal with on top of it. And we talked about that.
I totally respectfully completely disagree with you
You think she's guilty?
of something, yes.
Oh, I think she's guilty of something. I'm not going to put on her that she did something.
I
But
don't think she hurt
My
Kylie.
there's
I
something
don't
missing. There's a piece we're
I
missing.
I don't think my first gut is not that she intentionally hurt her. Um, but I'm not ruling it out either. Like maybe they were fighting and she
Yeah,
hit her.
because
I don't know.
to be honest, girls get a little bickery when they've had a few drinkeries, and it happens.
I
You
am one of
know,
those girls. Yes.
I've done it. We've all done it. We've all had a couple drinks, and our friend has done something they shouldn't have.
Yeah. Tell us what's the channel? Because I don't believe that any coke dealer is going to come forward and say, yeah, I gave her a line of cocaine. I'm
And
just not buying that.
I don't mean to be uh I'm not coming from a place of like judgment. I teach high school students, so like when Laura, you brought up the whole thing, like they're going to college and blah blah blah. Like I thought about like, okay, like I totally get that. I can't deny my first reaction that hasn't left, even with new things coming out. Like it's still always there. So I'm not like being, I'm not trying to offend anybody or harm anyone's future. I don't know.
I totally get it.
No, it's hard not to. I think the reason why us locals have been walked on eggshells is because we want to encourage the kids to feel safe to come forward. Something as simple as saying, yes, we saw her there. Something
Right.
that simple would be so big and answer many questions. How do we know Kylie didn't leave? She didn't leave early. We don't know this because the only person saying she was still there, because Mags left early, the only person still saying that Kylie was there late is Sammy.
I agree.
We don't have any other
Yeah.
kids coming forward. We don't want to judge. We want these kids to come talk. So we've been walking on eggshells. We've been trying to say you need a safe, comfortable place to come forward. We need them to come forward. And we need them to know there's not going to be repercussions unless you committed a major crime. But if you saw something, if you saw her there at a certain time, that's what we need. Those kids need to come forward. And, they can do it anonymously. I realize, you know what? I would say to these kids, if any of them are listening, if you're afraid to come forward, find someone you trust, tell them what you know, and see if that person will do the anonymous tip. If you have to go through a chain of command and tell your school counselor, there's some great counselors. We have great school counselors. You're a teacher, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other person on panel with us.
Yep.
If we have great school counselors, tell your counselor and let them give the tip to the police. Someone knows something, somebody saw something and they're not coming forward. And that's what's like the hardest up here. 200 plus people and nobody saw Kylie.
Two things. Pecan pie. I'm not saying that law enforcement hasn't maybe caught on. I think it's almost like they're allowing her to dig her own hole. They need other people who are not speaking to confirm it. And second, oh my gosh, it just popped in my brain because something Donna said and then it left.
By the way, the video is now on private. Just to let everyone know.
Oh my gosh.
Your video or what video?
One with her compared to Chris Watts. I just put it on private.
Oh, okay.
I got it. Donna, what you said, you were like, oh, with like hundreds of people, because like I've heard different numbers, but it's all within the hundreds. But here's my thing. How would someone know to be looking for when she left?
Well, they
Like, with all
wouldn't,
those,
but one of those kids might
right,
have a picture of her on their phone.
like
And
in the background or something?
it may seem redundant, like it doesn't matter. But the fact is, it wouldn't matter because it would prove that she was there. It would have a timestamp of when they took that photo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Right. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Like if she was in the background.
But the thing is I haven't seen one picture of her at that party. I keep looking. Maybe I'm missing it.
I haven't
But
seen
I
any
actually, honestly,
pictures
have
of
not seen one
anybody at that
photo of her
party.
at that party.
Has anyone seen any photos from that
Has
party?
anybody?
Darianne, I totally agree with this. That everyone is judging Kylie by Sammy's stories about what she said happened. That is wrong. I totally agree with you.
Right.
And I said that the other night.
I mean, though I'm curious though if anyone has seen a picture of Kylie at this party. I think, I'll tell you something about Kylie. That kid, she was smart as heck. She graduated early, very intelligent. As far as anybody who was close to her has said, she's just kind and loving. Not one of my kids graduated when they were 16. I sure didn't. She, she had ambitions to do great things. She still has that chance if we could just find her. So I'm just curious why there's no photos of her at this party. Did she make it there? Did she leave early? I mean, what happened? I would love to see one photo. I don't know if I can't see the chat. So has anyone seen a photo of her at that party?
No, they're saying no. I have not seen a single photo from the party, period.
Me either. And I wish I would have thought about that when I saw the sheriff yesterday. Because I would
Whether
have
she
asked
was
them, are there
in the
any
photo or
photos of
not.
her at the party?
See, my other question is why, if anybody else wants to come up, you're more than welcome. What I have a hard time with is Sammy and Jagger saying
Mhm.
how they need to, go through the leads and they're in charge of the leads and go through
Yeah,
them.
what is that?
Like,
Yeah, but did you notice they're not on the news anymore?
no, I know.
Well, I mean, I would hope they're not.
So I kind of think that got nipped in the bud. I don't think that's happening anymore.
Then you have, and I heard some of this myself and I listened to it, and one of my patrons and members had said that Megan was in Gray's chat, and Megan said, if you're afraid to go to the police, come talk to me. What?
It's very inappropriate.
And then Gray said, yes, if you're afraid to go to the police, go talk to Megan. Gray, are you getting dementia? Like, why would anybody go to a regular citizen? Hello? Go to
Right. And I'll tell you something about
Yeah.
our local sheriffs.
It's very
Some of them I
inappropriate.
went to school with. Some of them my kids went to school with. Some of them I know from, I was a 4-H leader for over 17 years up here, and I was their kids leader. These are great guys. If these local sheriffs and the Nevada County sheriffs tell you, you will not be in trouble, they mean it. They're not going to say it if they didn't mean it. And that's the thing about these guys. Our local sheriffs are really down to earth people. And I wasn't even joking. You had a live up, and I said, "Oh, I know that sheriff. I used to be his kids 4-H leader." So the thing is they are really good sheriffs, and I don't even know how to get the word out there that if the Nevada County Sheriff says, if you come forward with information and you didn't hurt her or break a major law, you are not going to be in trouble. So it's okay that you drank, you did the drugs, party's over. You're not going to be in trouble for that. They mean it.
Hey,
They just want to find Kiely.
check this out. We're talking a 16 and 18-year-old. What if Sammy was her cover? And she said, I'm going so and so. Everyone thinks I'm at the party. Cover for me.
Yeah, we thought about that because there's no pictures of her at the party.
But I'm saying, what if Sammy was her cover girl? And that's why Sammy's freaking out.
But at this point, wouldn't you just say that?
Hell no.
That is plausible. Yeah, I would do that in high school.
I think we would, but I don't know.
I feel like by now, all this attention that it's garnished, I would be pooping my pants 24 hours a day.
Oh, I
I'd
agree.
be like, oh my gosh, like she told me that she told her mom she was going to the party. If anyone ever asked, I would say she was there, but she really wasn't. I don't know where she went, or maybe she did know where she went. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. What if she was only there for the 10 minutes that Mag said? And she said, maybe I'll be right back, something.
Right.
But she can't let out that she didn't stay at the party, maybe because of Jagger, who knows? But maybe it wasn't Max that left, maybe it was her that left. Sammy said she left with the dude, but I don't know if they're in a relationship. Yeah, we knew that. I think Sammy looks sus to me too, but what is she sus of? That's the real question. What is
we don't know why, right?
Exactly. Her phone.
I don't know. I could be looking like I'm out on a witch hunt, and I don't want that to come across, but I don't know. And then Jagger, why did they both kind of say that, Sammy and Jagger were like, well, it's gonna be one of us? or like people we know are gonna like find her, and like they feel so strongly, or I don't know exactly how they phrased it, but they like know that she's alive and well, and like how do you know that? Because nobody else knows that.
Well, that's kind of like, how does Sammy know is the last person you spoke to? And why did Sammy have the dates wrong? And why? I mean, there's a million questions. I mean, the time.
Yeah, she has a lot of inconsistencies.
Mhm. But I don't know. I'm just thinking that maybe, just maybe, A, it's a serial killer, or B, it was somebody maybe she wasn't supposed to be with. I mean,
Right. Maybe somebody older.
maybe someone older. I don't know. Maybe she was doing drugs with some guy.
You
But
know, and I realized the other two people that are missing was a man and a young, beautiful woman. She was very pretty.
She's 36.
She was, no, 29. The woman that's missing is 29. Yeah.
36.
But no, he is older.
Yeah.
She's younger. But I mean, it's just weird. It just makes, so we're all sitting around, just, we all know each other, talking about it yesterday. And we're like, isn't it odd that both cars are gone and all their phones? Who knows to turn a phone off in two instances on the same weekend? And it just seems odd, and it may not be related. It's just something to consider. I think it needs to be considered, whether it's is related or not. Maybe just kind of consider, we've gone down every other rabbit hole. This one's, why not? It's just odd. And we're all too chicken to run around town alone now. So
I honestly don't think Jag is intelligent enough to pull this off. For the 5 minutes I saw him, he just doesn't come across like a brain.
And he wasn't even in town for that party.
Allegedly.
Is that
supposedly he was not
vetted and confirmed?
We got to remember the allegedly part, because we just don't know.
Yeah, like, has that been confirmed that he was not in town?
I don't know if it's solid confirmed. And the thing about talking to the sheriff is they're going to answer only what they've already put out there to me.
Right.
So I'm not going to I may know them. I may have grown up here. They took care of my kids. I took care of theirs. They're not going to tell me anything different than what they're telling the public.
Darlene Phillips saying also is odd. Sammy kept making a point they were drinking out of the same cup. I
thought that was weird.
I feel like that's a lie. And that's why she said it so many times, because that's exactly what did not happen. And maybe she knows more to that. And also going back to what I was saying earlier about like a possible OD, we don't know her. I don't want to speak ill of someone I don't know in like a damning way. But let's say Kiely did not use drugs of any sort or anything. What if she was convinced to try something that night and it went horribly wrong?
Right. Well, Laura, remember when you asked if you could put mushrooms in a drink without someone knowing?
Yeah.
And I sort of said, no, you can do it with acid. Let me tell you what happened to me when I was 17. Someone put 2 hits of acid. This is the only time I ever did drugs, but did it unknowingly. I was at a party and my own sister put acid in a shot of brandy. And it was like blackberry brandy, and I was young, and I had already drank one of them, and it tasted like candy. And I drank it, and it was bad. It was bad juju. I think I might have saw the devil, went out and went to sleep with my horse. It was not a good thing. I was like 17, had never done any kind of drug. She's 16. Maybe she had never done any kind of drug. And someone put something in her drink. and it freaked her out. Lucky for me, I was on my ranch. My mom came home. My sister fessed up, told my mom what she did, and my mom took care of me. But this girl was out in a forest with people who didn't care. Maybe someone did put something in her drink.
I don't know. Hold on one sec. Thank you, Justice and Money. Thank you for that super sticker. If anybody else wants to jump on that super sticker train, you go right ahead and just go ahead and hit that button and you could send me a super sticker. Okay.
I also had another thought just pop in my head. Maybe people knew, maybe her friends, because I use that loosely, people, maybe they knew that she did not, maybe she wasn't much of a partier or didn't really consume anything. Maybe they thought it would be kind of funny if, sh you know, she was given something, especially if she didn't know it.
Exactly.
I don't, just because teenagers are mean. I don't know.
Yeah, well, big sisters can be mean too. Because if
Yes,
I,
and
and I will tell you that had my mother not come home and taken care of me, y'all, I wouldn't maybe not be here talking to you right now. So this could have happened. Someone could have slipped something in a drink.
Thank you, Sissy. Sissy jumped on that train. Woo woo.
Woot woot.
Woo woo. I don't know where Rhonda is. My girlfriend Rhonda in Australia. She loves when I do the woot woot. I'm like, woot woot.
But my dog liked it too. She just jumped up and hit me in the head with her big old noggin.
See? Everyone else want to jump on that train. Woo woo. Curious about the alcohol. Who knows? I put the phone number. I know sometimes you call for info. Not sure they will give it, but okay.
Yeah, you can try, but they'll give you what they've already put out, but maybe it'll be clearer. Like I had told someone, maybe try talking to the Placer or Nevada County sheriffs. They might speak up. I know they want her picture out there. And I already jabbered about that you were the YouTube channel I was supporting. So the two sheriffs I talked to, which because I know the guys, and they want her picture out there. They want this. They just want us to also figure out a way to talk the kids into coming forward. I don't know how to do that. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm old. I'm honest. I can't tell you how old I am. I feel bad. I'm in my 50s. So maybe get someone younger to come on, Laura, and see if they have a way with the kids to talk them into coming forward. The kids are listening to this. The sheriffs are listening to this.
Thank you, Tony. Woo woo. Even though it's a super chat, not a super sticker, we'll still do the woo woo. Thank you, thank you. Who gave her the hoodie? I don't think it's been released. Who gave her the hoodie?
It hasn't. Someone loaned it to her because she was cold. It gets cold here at night. Like my air conditioner, I roast during the day. My air conditioner's off and I just shut my windows. So it gets cold up here at night. So someone loaned her that hoodie. I think it's in her car.
See, but the truth is, how do we know? Just because someone said it doesn't make it true. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Like, you know, they say, oh, well, someone gave you this. Okay, do we know this for a fact? No, we don't. And I'm not saying that to you guys. I'm saying in general. We don't know.
No, true. I don't know if you can. So up here we have these great victims advocates at our sheriff departments and PR people. We have really good people up here. I don't know if anyone wants to try, but if you try and talk to them, you're going to have to do it their way and then kind of interpret what they say. So I had questions that were simply not answered. Like literally they got quiet and no words came out of their mouths. So, we all know each other. So they weren't mean to me. They weren't rude. There was just stuff they would not answer. And trust me, I had me a list of questions.
Because they don't know who you are, though. And
some of them do. Yeah. So yeah, some of them do because we're all a small community. As a 4-H leader, you have to get fingerprinted every year, and a lot of the sheriff's kids are in 4-H and FFA, so they all know. A lot of them know who I am. So, but it is just that they're not going to tell us anything that they haven't put out. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what he told me.
Yeah.
I can't tell you anything we have not released. But it was sort of almost felt like they knew something else. You know what I mean?
Of
I'm
course.
sure they do. Thank you, Tony. Tony jumps on the super sticker train. Woo woo.
Oh, thank you, Tony, for supporting Laura. She's a good person. Trust me, I'm very protective of my town, and I've sent Laura lots of stuff. She's a good person.
Thank you.
I just know she's a mama, and I think she might mama bear Kiely up for me.
Mama bear 3 of them. 3 teenage.
Mama bear that missing girl up for me.
3 teens that drive me insane.
Do you know her Kiely or her family or anybody?
I do not.
Like, personally?
No.
Yeah, just
I
because you
do
said it was
know
small,
a
like,
lot
I
of.
wonder like how small is small.
Oh, it's small. So I know quite a few kids from Truckee because they don't have a county fair. So I know quite a few Truckee kids that will either show at the Auburn Fair or
Okay.
our Nevada County Fair
Okay.
because they're Nevada County. So I do know a lot of kids. She was not involved in the 4-H and FFA, or I would know.
Okay. Okay.
So she was academic, as far as I've been told. She was very committed to her schooling, to learning. I think she is. We're going to find her, and she's fine. She's committed to going to college and continuing her education. She's really smart from everything I've been told.
Hey, what if the person that gave her the hoodie is the person that hurt her or killed her, because then they gave that hoodie. Wait a second. Hold on a second. How did they give her the sweatshirt if they can't find the body?
So here's the thing. I still don't know
Apparently she
who loaned
wasn't
her that
wearing it.
sweatshirt. Do you guys? Does anyone in chat know who loaned her that
No.
sweatshirt?
But
Because
how
I
did
don't.
they get the sweatshirt back? That's what I'm saying. How'd they get the sweatshirt back?
I don't
They
think
did
they
it
did.
as
I
far
think
as
they
I
just
knew.
have a
I thought she
picture.
still has it.
Oh, okay. So
And I could, it looks like a photograph because they only have been able to show it like digitally, I guess.
Yeah, they have a
and
photograph where you can order online. That's what they use.
And I just,
okay.
I keep thinking, and not that it matters, styles of clothing is very different, and how people choose to express themselves. But I keep thinking to myself, is this like a girl hoodie? Is it a boy hoodie? Like, did a
Yeah,
girl
I
lend
think
it to
it's
her?
like a
Did a boy lend it to
unisexy
her?
hoodie. Don't you think it could go either way?
Yeah, it could go either way as long as you
Yeah,
like.
that's what I.
Hey, Brittany.
But I don't
don't
take
know.
what it says.
Hold on, I got to do my woo woo. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, my dog loves it when you do that. You're gonna get me killed.
Anyone else wants to jump on that train, and I'll do a woo woo.
Leave it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna send you to go live with Laura if you keep doing that every time she woo woos.
Hey, Brittany. But okay, so they're not saying who gave her the sweatshirt, but here's my
Yeah, I don't know who it is. Does anyone know?
here's my thing
No.
though. Did the person give the sweatshirt just give her the sweatshirt, or were they afraid that once they find a body, their DNA is going to be on her?
I don't know, maybe. On the notes that I took from every interview that I've heard, trust me, I have paper coming out my ears. It said she was loaned. I made sure I wrote that in capital letters. She was loaned the sweatshirt the day before.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if I hurt somebody, if I killed someone, something, I would also say maybe that I gave him a sweatshirt,
for the
because
DNA.
my DNA would be all over the car, be on her.
And we're not getting rain, so like nothing's getting washed away right now. We're dry and on fire again. We have fires everywhere. So there's no rain happening up here. So
No,
any
That's not good
DNA
in
is going to
terms
be
of
sticking.
fire.
No,
Yeah,
but
that's not good in terms of the fire, but that's good so evidence isn't like washed away or anything.
Right.
on the body, on her body.
On her body. So anything that's on her is not getting washed away. But another thing y'all need to know is I'm hoping and praying if something did happen to her, she is inside of her car. Because I don't know if you guys did a lot of research of our area, but we have bears and mountain lions.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with that area and then this is another thing when I've had not one person say it. In Truckee, those bears are bad news. They are way too tame. They can be kind of mean. They can either leave you alone or attack you. When we camp up there, we camp in a circle. We bring mothballs, which are supposed to deter the bears, but it doesn't. I doubt it really works. You put them around your camp. There's wildlife up here that is very dangerous. So that's another factor no one has brought in, but also her car is missing. But I'm hoping that if she's stuck in her car somewhere, that she's got her windows up and she's safe.
I think she's in a garage somewhere. I really do.
You know how many vacant rentals are up there right now?
No, but I just don't believe that her car is out in the open. And if it was once out in the open, it's not any longer.
And a fire did go through there last year. If you guys look on your history, and there are a lot of homes that maybe were damaged, but the garage is still in place. Maybe homes that never got their power back from the fire, but the homes are still standing that are vacant, and someone didn't have the money maybe to fix things up. So there's that fire that went up through the Tahoe Basin, went through that whole valley. It was a monster fire. There evacuated people here in our town because the fire was going up the hill. It started down here and went up the hill. I can't remember the name of the fire. I'll have to do research, but I mean, all you got to do is search is the fire in Tahoe last year. You won't believe it. There were bears in people's houses because they had nowhere else to go. They were running from the fire. The only thing left in Tahoe and Truckee were bears. All the people were evacuated. So there are a lot of homes up there.
Cars.
Right. Well, there's a lot of homes up there that no one has gone back to that are vacant. That you could put a car in the garage. Yeah. You could hang out there without anyone knowing. They may not have electricity or power, but
I don't think a bear got her unless.
No, I don't either.
That worries me. That's why I'm glad she's with her car if she's with her car.
Unfortunately, I do not think that this is going to result in the outcome that people are hoping for.
I don't think any missing case does.
No. And you know what? I don't have the money to go up there. So tomorrow we're going
she's gone
to Penn Valley for that search.
I think she's passed.
See, Crystal, I'm with you that, if it was just her, I would say this is like Dylan Rounds 2.0, like it's the desert, we're never going to find her. But the fact that a car is missing, it puts it in a whole new realm because a car, especially an SUV, you're going to find it by helicopter, even if it's
eventually that's going to be found. Yeah.
It has to be inside.
It's not like that. Car is key evidence. I agree.
But there's tons of lakes, waterways, big rivers up here. So, I think they're meticulously looking at, because that's why we had to look at a lake. When we did the shore, we did the parking lot, and then we got in the boat and went looking for where cars could drive in. But we weren't allowed at that time. On that day we went out, to go anywhere near the lake. They were sonaring it. So they did do sonar on the that lake, and I think 2 others surrounding the area, I believe. And we were not allowed near those lakes. So we had to go a little further down the hill. So they did use sonar in the lakes. They had divers, they really searched the lakes really good. And I believe they have 3, it could be more now, lakes cleared. It could be more today because it's been a couple days. So I don't know what other lakes they searched.
By the way, she was just added to the National Missing Persons database. That's not a good sign.
Finally.
No, that's not a good sign, though.
It's not a good sign.
No.
But I can't find anything on this boy that allegedly went missing.
Yeah, me neither. And I think I would hear about it. I wonder if it's a surrounding town, like out of Reno, or you could try Reno or I know Sacramento's bad. We don't go to Sacramento.
Yeah.
But he could be missing out of there. Stockton's very bad for crime. They're quite a bit of ways from us. But I wonder if it's a surrounding town and someone just got it confused. Or a lot of people get Nevada County and Nevada City confused with the state Nevada, but we're actually in California. So it could have happened in Reno, Nevada, or Sparks, or Elko, somewhere like that.
The missing couple is from Yuba County.
They're from Yuba County, but they went missing in Nevada County.
See, even the news is not really showing much. Let's see what Heavy says. Oh, there's now a website. Oh, that's the original one. Country for Kiely, Love, Music, and Hope, August 13th, tonight from 1 to 4. Jen and Jesse of Dead Winter Carpenters, the bands. So they're doing some country music for her tonight at Truckee Regional Bank from 1 to 4 p.m.
Oh, wow.
So if anybody's in the area, Truckee Regional Park from 1 to 4, if you like country music.
And I know they had flyers up at the Nevada County Fair. And they had more people than I've ever seen security at the gates, ever. And more police on the grounds. I have been a 4-H leader forever. I have never seen so many police at a fair in my life. At our fair, I don't know if you saw my videos, but it's all pine trees and a couple rides.
Yeah.
It's a country fair. There were police. I did a video with a policeman. He posed for me by the tree. He's a funny guy, real sweet guy. I don't know him, very young. They had security at all the gates, like I had never seen before. So usually there's like 3 people at the gate. 2 people work in the ticket booth and 1 person that does a stamp on your arm so you can get in and out. Yeah. There must have been at least 8 to 10 people. We call them redcoats. At the gates, they're like the redcoat security. And there were security officers in vehicles in the parking lot. I have never seen that at our fair. This was the first year in all these years. So I know they're looking for her, her or something up here also. They are on the lookout. They're not lackadaisian. They're looking. So
with the cops, I'm looking at this website. What the cops need to realize about Generation Z is they're not stupid. And they all know something called cookies. And when you go to someone's website, you get their not necessarily their IP address, but they can definitely tell where you're coming from and where that can link it back to the IP. So
right.
They have to, they're not doing this to a bunch of 60-year-olds or 70-year-olds who may not know, be that hip on tech. But these kids are 16, so they know way more than all of us put together. So if the cops think they're fooling that's why they're probably not coming forward, because
No,
they're
and
like,
if you
oh,
think about it,
it's not fucking anonymous. They know that.
this didn't hit the big news until Saturday, correct?
Well, it didn't happen till Saturday.
But what was at 12:30, whatever in the morning, was Saturday morning was the last time her phone pinged. Think about this. Kids at a party, a big basher, would have been posting as soon as they got out of there, as soon as they got home. They didn't do it. That's what makes me think we need to encourage those kids to say something. Why did a whole big party not post about the big party they went to? Because we sure as heck would have back in the day if we had social media,
Yeah.
And I find it odd that no one posted about this great big senior party they went to, but no one posted.
What do you mean no one posted?
Well, there aren't pictures of this party all over the internet. There's like a couple pictures.
Well, maybe because somebody went missing.
Well, right.
Yeah,
So did everybody at the party know someone went missing?
no, that's not logical.
Maybe. I would think there would be more pictures. We have searched high and low for pictures, and we can't.
Some people
can't
may have
find
their
them.
social media on private.
And we even asked kids who know the kids. Well, I asked parents who have kids that kind of know the kids up at that high school. So my kids went to Forest Charter. It's a charter school, but they went to the outlet that's up here in Nevada City, not the Truckee one, but they're affiliated. And then my niece also graduated from Forest Charter. So it's, it just seems odd that they didn't post a senior party. My kids did.
Yeah, but they know that my students know that potential jobs and schools look at social media. So if they were doing things
That's
that they shouldn't
true.
have been doing, then they're, like Laura said, they're not stupid.
That's true.
And Snapchat disappears.
Yes.
Oh, so they do the Snapchat and then it's gone. Can they get that back, or is that gone once it's gone?
I think it's gone.
It's gone.
Unless they screenshot it.
So stuff could have been
gone
Snapchatted
in like
and
24
gone
hours.
forever.
Yep.
Let me also say too, I'm looking through some stuff, like this wasn't a Miata. I mean, this is an SUV. You have to have that hiding somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think it's outside. I think it's like in like a garage or like
that's what I'm saying by hiding.
a barn.
And there are
Yeah, me
empty
too.
houses there. Nice houses, fancy houses with big garages and property. And I have a friend who has a house on the lake up there.
But guys, remember, they very well may have, gonna post pictures the next day. Amanda, do you want a link? They were gonna post pictures the next day, and now someone's missing, so they all kept their pictures. So it's not that, they weren't gonna post it, but that might be the reason they hadn't posted it.
Now they changed their mind.
I wouldn't post something if someone's missing.
Yep. Makes
I don't know, I would have gone through my pictures like a mad dog looking to see if she had been there. But that's me, but there's got to be one me in that big crowd who's going to go through their photos and see if they can find. Dear Lord, Cat, you guys have no idea what a crazy house I have. Get out of that. I have a foster cat, and she is like literally chewing on the cord to my laptop.
So Be Real disappeared, delete. So it's like Snapchat.
Yeah, but it's more like of a in the moment, like an alert goes out and you have like a certain amount of time to take your photo and you do it once a day. And it's theoretically, it's supposed to help with people like discourage like heavy filtering of photos, and it's almost like like share what you're doing at that time, like right then and there. Um, kind of like a more authentic form of like Snap, but yeah, it's another newer like app, but they don't get saved either.
I
And there's
agree.
absolutely no way to have that retrieved, right? It doesn't leave like a
Too much.
trail.
No, I don't think the FBI can even get it. Like with Snapchat, they can't. Snapchat,
Unless someone did a
gone.
screenshot.
And I agree with you, Rhino. How the fuck did we all survive? No cell
I
phone.
know. How did I survive? I partied at the same place,
Yep.
and I'm here.
She was for sure using Snap. Amanda, take the link.
Yeah, she's got to come up. I'll drop down.
Amanda's
3
great.
o'clock in the morning. I'll drop down. Amanda, please come up. I'll still be listening. Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome.
Hey,
for
thank you. And
letting
I
me come up.
appreciate talking to you. It really
Oh, yeah.
opened my eyes to other things.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to be like a doomsdayer or like go on a witch hunt, but
No,
I
you
don't
know
know.
what? I'm going down tomorrow because I don't have the money to go up the hill. I have tomorrow off work. I'm going down for the Pin Valley to look for the couple.
Mm-hmm.
And then hopefully I get paid next week and I'll go back up the hill again. It's just costly to do that. So to search. But I appreciate what you said, which I'm gonna bang heads with the other 3 people that I search with. And then maybe, they'll come up with more ideas, but it's good to have the other information. It helps so much, especially if you're out in the forest going, where do I turn next? So anybody's help really helps us because we are at a loss of where we go next. So thank you so much.
Amanda, you have to come up. I got to hear about the baby.
Thank you.
Bye, hon. I want to hear about the baby.
There's a baby. I want another
3
baby.
months old. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I remember when you were pregnant. I used to be on and she'd come up. It's like 4 a.m. and she's all fat and pregnant. And she's like, my stomach hurts. I'm eating. She was at the end. She was not happy.
Been there. I did that 3 times.
Me too. Well, I did it twice. Just ended up at 3. Can't believe he's 3 months old. Wow.
Oh, you had twins.
Yeah, I have twins.
You got us all beat.
Have twins. Always snacking. That's what it was.
My boys were only 13 months apart, so I almost had twins. It was like having twins. They played me good. They knew how to work it. One would go one way and one would like kick you in the shin, and
I hear
so
ya.
that his brother could go get in trouble.
So, Amanda, I'm tired. I keep saying I'm not going to do these fucking long lives anymore, and I do. Amanda, you were saying that, whatchamacallit, that they did get some Snapchat. Where'd you find that out?
Ooh. Tell her to come on. I'm writing everything I can down to help.
Amanda, come up here. Just talk quietly. Mm-hmm. Can you ask the local caller, has she seen evidence or heard? Yeah, have you heard anything about flyers being torn down?
No, I have not heard about flyers being torn down. I see flyers everywhere. They're at all the grocery stores. They're on all the telephone poles. Actually, I am way out in the country, and there are 2 flyers on the power poles on either side of my driveway. I haven't heard anything about them being torn down. I do see them everywhere I go.
Okay. All right. They can pull Snapchat history from the maker. Also, in an interview with Sammy, she slipped up and said tons of kids were TikToking the party on ICMELS. Oh, she was on ICMELS too? Sammy said Be Real is only for iPhone users, and Kiely had a iPhone. Okay. So where are the TikToks?
Yeah, I haven't seen it on TikTok.
but
I've
here's
searched her name.
the thing, though. We don't know who we're looking for. So
Right.
we're trying to go on TikTok. We have no idea. I'm sure there are a ton of senior parties. We don't know the people to post. So there could be tons of TikToks. We just don't know because we don't know who to look for. What's up, Amanda?
Hey, Laura, what's going on?
What's going on with you? How's the baby?
He's amazing. I don't even want to jinx myself, but he is such a good baby.
That's because he's under a year. Just wait. Just wait.
Believe me, I have 2 more. I know.
Congratulations, though.
Thank you.
You know what? It hit me after you said it. I was like, oh my God, she was pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone by so fast.
It does. I can't believe mine are almost fucking 18.
That's insane. Just
like,
don't take me there.
Whoa.
Especially with what's going on right now. I
I
have 2
know.
daughters.
So tell me, all right. So I know you've invested because you always do. What do you think?
To be completely honest with you, I heard about this case yesterday.
Oh,
And
no.
you know me, I go balls to the wall as soon as I because I've been in a funk. Nothing's really caught my eye, but stuff like this just really gets me. Like Gabby Petito, same thing. Like missing girls really get me, and they always have since I was a kid. So as soon as I heard, I just I absorbed everything, and from my understanding, there's something sketchy about the last person who saw her.
Thank you. Okay.
But at the same time, I want to also believe that it could just be a reckless accident, whether it be something happened there and they got scared. Like they're all going to college soon. They're all kids.
Yep.
Accidents snowball out of control. Or she got into an accident. This happens all the time, up until, yesterday when I realized it would have been too many days. I was like, maybe she's upside down in her car somewhere and she could still be saved. But now it's kind of like it's gone too many days for her to be saved if she crashed somewhere. But I have this deep feeling, and this is kind of like a common knowledge, but I have this deep feeling that that she is where her car is, whether it's foul play or not, she is where her car is.
I agree.
I don't know if she's fully clothed. For some reason, I have a feeling that the friends emphasizing of the clothes, there's something may have happened. I don't know. I'm not getting good vibes from this at all.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are.
Yeah.
It's hit the point for searching that we're afraid what we'll find now.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And the thing about the friend wrangling up people, kids, telling them, hey, your parents, go far away. Tell me your secrets and tell me everything you know about this party. Tell me anything you know. And, I'll keep it a secret for you. And then I'll filter it on through to law enforcement. It's like, no. We've been following true crime for too long. Anybody that interjects themselves is suspect. That's going way over the top. This is really, really intensified in the 48 hours that I've been invested in the case.
But part of the reason it's intensified is because you have so many creators that just want to put something out that'll get them views, and it's all nonsense.
They're putting out misinformation.
Each one of them have jumped on it. And I'm not talking small creators. I'm talking big creators.
They're putting out misinformation about driving time, distances, where people are from. I tried to fix it. The only person that listens is Laura.
We all make mistakes. I know that sometimes it seems like they're being eager beavers, and they probably are, but I enjoy the tenacity, that they want to do it. I agree that, we should slow it down a little bit and vet harder, especially when it comes to really big things like them being found. But, I think we're all going to do it once in this little YouTube career. I can't judge them too hard. It does suck, but I am so picky with what I watch when I'm onto a case, because I don't write anything down, especially right now with baby brain and COVID brain and everything. I'm very careful with what I absorb, because I don't write anything down, and anything I absorb, I try to make it only factual. So I try not to watch just anything. But you were asking me how I knew about the Snapchat. I actually got that information from Crazy Crime Chick, and she is the only person that I can trust getting information directly from her, because she is a freak about making sure that she vets whatever she puts out, like
That's
annoyingly. But I love her.
Crazy.
Well, I want to tell you something about Laura real quick, because
What's
I
up?
got to go to bed soon. Whether she agrees with me or not, she puts out there what I say, because I'm local. I live here. We've been out searching. Whether she agrees with it or not, she'll throw it out there, the facts that I send, and she researches them where no one else online really gives a care about us up here that are local. Laura is the only one that has said, all right, well, it sounds weird, but you know what? I'll throw it out there like spaghetti. If it sticks to the wall, it's done. You know, and this is why I appreciate Laura. This is why I have so much respect for her. And she'll tell me straight up, Donna, you're blowing out one ear and in the other. She's honest with me. She's straightforward. But if I tell her about our town and about what it's like here, she takes that and she'll put it out there, whether she agrees or not. And then she'll put her twist on it, but she will listen. No one else listens. And I love you, Laura, for that.
I love you too.
And I got to go to bed and throw that spaghetti on the wall and just, I'm going for the couple tomorrow. We're going down to Penn Valley because that's only about 5 miles
Let me know.
from my work. So I got to swing by work and fill out paperwork, and I'm going to go down there. We're not going to go up for a Kiely search probably until I get paid.
Okay.
Gas is like $6 a gallon here.
Let me know about the couple and what you find out.
I'm going to videotape the road that they were last pinged on, and I'll send that to you. I know that's crazy, but I can send that to you Facebook. It seems to be the only way I can do it.
Sounds good.
I love you. Thank you for listening to those of us that live up here. I felt like I was drowning and no one would listen.
No, not at all.
And I so appreciate it. I've loved you for months. I loved you the day you turned Jim Terry off. You were my hero that day when you said, nope, you're out, dude. And I remember that I was watching your live and you blinked him out. I'm like, oh my God, this woman's my hero. So I love you. Get some rest. You guys have a good conversation, and thank you for everything you all do. All your subs, everything. I love them all. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, good night.
Good night. All right, we got Generation Z here. What's up, Lindsay? Lindsay?
I'm not Gen Z.
Yeah, you are.
It's really sweet, but I think I'm a millennial.
Oh, yeah. All right. I was thinking you were Gen Z. Cool. What's up?
That's sweet, though. Hey, can you believe I'm awake?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah, you've been watching The Opposition. No, I'm just kidding. What's up?
Well, I'm never awake, and I saw you were still awake, and I saw the link, so I thought I would click it. That's all.
Oh.
To be honest, I'm just popping in, just seeing what y'all are talking about. That's all.
What do you know about Snapchat?
Everything.
That's what I thought. That's why I thought you were jumping on here. Can they really pull data?
From the servers, I'm sure, yeah.
Absolutely.
But not from like your actual account, like on your user interface, any cell phone, no. It would have to be from there. But there is something called Snap Maps. I'm assuming someone's brought that up to you.
No, what's that?
Snap Maps. So there's a feature on Snapchat that was put in a few years ago where, like, let's say that you and I are both friends on Snapchat.
Okay.
Well, I can have my location on Snapchat, and so can you. And then if I'm on Snapchat, I can maybe see where you are. But also, let's say that you're in, I'm making something up, Times Square. It'll show like kind of like a weather map if you think about a storm and like what the eye of the storm looks like, where it's like a lot of whatever the hell's going on in there. it'll do that with population too. How many Snapchat users are in a certain location or at a certain time, if they have that feature turned on. And they also have this feature where if you have that turned on, let's say I post something to my Snapchat story, well, other people that are in the same location as me at that time, who we may not be friends on Snapchat, they can maybe see my story because we're in the same location. It's kind of weird. I'm sorry if that didn't make that much sense.
No, I understand that, but see, my thing is, and we all know that I'm older than a millennial. I'm not as old as a grandma, but I'm older than a millennial. But when you were still in diapers and cell phones started doing a lot of texting, they couldn't get the actual, even if it was subpoenaed, they didn't keep the actual text for too long based on how much data it used. So when you look at a server for something like Snapchat, where you get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of snaps every minute, how long are they saving that data for? Because their servers can't hold unlimited data. You know what I'm saying?
I
It
do.
depends.
I think they use the cloud system too, and I think they have like warehouses, you know.
It really depends which cellular company that you're going for. There are some cellular companies that keep no records whatsoever, and there are some that do keep them.
Yeah, but they only keep them for a certain amount of time. Not records. I'm talking like actual written, so you can see what the text messages were.
Right, you're talking like physical text.
Yes, and I remember when text first got really big. That was the one thing that they couldn't do. They could not keep, text messages for long because it just backed up the servers.
Well, this is kind of like the whole, remember NK, what's the difference between text detail and versus text something? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
She wanted to know what the companies kept, and she had Verizon at the time.
Yeah,
Verizon will have to subpoena, but they could possibly get what you are able to get. So if you have Verizon, you can go to your Verizon billing, and you could change it to where you can see all of your messages that you send.
You can.
Now
But
you can.
is that with an Android only?
No, this is just, it's web. You could do it web based. So it doesn't matter it doesn't matter the device you're using. So I'm sure they could subpoena and get whatever records you can. And I've gone through mine, and I can go month to month. So I don't know how long they can, but just saying, for some reason, Verizon keeps their messages for a long time. I know companies like Metro, PCS, they don't hold records at all. So,
Isn't it also true though, like, I remember this, it was a long time ago, but one of my friends' moms was mad at, my friend's brother. So we were like, oh, we'll sign into AT&T, let's get the text messages. Well, basically AT&T was like, we can give you your text messages to review on the web base, but we can't release another cell phone user's text messages, even in this instance, unless there's a warrant. This wasn't anything to do with Apple or anything, just like cell phone carriers.
See, like with T-Mobile though, and I know this personally because when Brad died, he had already lost his phone, and then he was I never got him a new phone. But when I went to look up his text messages, it wouldn't go back past the last month. I couldn't see his messages before the last month. So T-Mobile gets rid of it each month. You can see your messages from that month, but you can't go back multiple months. Not on the main account. On my line you can, but not on his or Dayton's.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's kind of what Amanda said. Like it just depends on the carrier, and same with Snapchat. But why were you asking about Snapchat?
Because Amanda was saying that Snapchat we were saying that Snapchat disappears, and that's why we're not seeing Snapchat for her
Yeah.
like any videos and stuff. Like, how come nobody's posting Snapchats? And I said, because they disappear. So then
There's another feature on Snapchat too. So like, let's say I post this wild story. There's an option that like during that 24 hours that your Snapchat story is still up for people to click on, you can click like save story, and I want to say you can archive it too. So like sometimes like I used to be way more active on Snapchat, I don't know, 10 years ago, but sometimes if I open up the app, it'll give me like my memories, and it'll show me a Snapchat I did, on this date a few years ago, or whatever. Does that make sense? Kind of just
Yeah.
like Facebook or Time Hop, kind of thing. But it's just all going to depend on whatever user their settings were, if they saved it, if they didn't. But you can, just because it's not on Snapchat doesn't mean it's not on their phones. A lot of people save their Snapchats to their phones.
Well, she doesn't have her phone. I mean, she has her phone.
So the reason Laura brought up Snapchat, or I think that I was talking about Snapchat with Laura, was because she used Snapchat verifiably at 12:30, so she was using the app. But most of the time, they, as you said, you've been using it, so you're just using it to snap your friends. And then I know for a fact that people that that use Snapchat around me, they use it mostly for the filters and the pictures. They don't really
Right.
send or upload any of their videos or stories or anything. They just really use it for pictures, and they'll send the pictures through another platform too. So I'll like receive Snapchat pictures in my iMessages from my cousin. I'm like, what? But whatever you like to filter, it's all good.
I do think the younger generation, they do literally communicate through Snapchat like a text. It's weird. It's bizarre. I've seen like,
yeah, they do.
They'll take a picture of like the wall and just write like, not much. What are you up to? Send. So I don't doubt that. It's just, I guess it's whoever she sent it to.
Lindsay, your buddy does that religiously.
Who?
Not just
Oh,
that.
my Sage?
We'll be in the car. Yeah. We'll be in the car and snap. Sage, how many selfies do you need of yourself?
She's
Mom,
like,
I'm snapping.
Yeah, and she's probably not even making a face either. She probably has like a still face. Like,
she's giving her, I'm so sexy look. That's what she does. But yeah, everywhere we go, she's always snapping. She's like, Mom, I'm snapping. I said,
yeah,
whatever. I go here's just snap.
it's bizarre. It's bizarre, and it's this generation. They do a lot of interesting.
So with Snapchat,
things.
most of the time your stories disappear.
Mhm.
After you look at them, if they snapshot them, you'll get notified.
Yeah, but they should stay up for 24 hours if it's supposed to do your story.
Right. And then so on and so forth. I think if she had stories up, we definitely would have heard that she had a story up from her mom, because her mom was her mom was checking everything. So I don't think that she had any stories up on Snapchat. But what I did want to say, and there's somebody in Laura's chat say like, nah, that's not true, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm just speaking what I know. That Verizon thing was true, and then this, you can get Snapchat detail as well. And I know this because I follow Toxica TikTok, which is like the women that spy on their husbands.
Okay.
And my husband doesn't have not TikTok. My husband doesn't have Snapchat, but if he did, I'd be checking his Snapchat detail. Whereas where you go in and you request all of your logs from Snapchat themselves.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
And you can get that.
Yeah, they came out with that because when Snapchat first came out, obviously it was used for like, I don't know, like 3-second naked pictures. And so I don't remember exactly what, but they kind of got some heat to where like, okay, what's in y'all servers? Because y'all might have a lot of underage pictures, that kind of thing. So they came under heat about that. But I just, you don't have to have someone's Apple to be able to log into their Snapchat. You can log into the Snapchat under however you created the account, email, phone number, whatever, and it's actually not that hard to reset the password. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure the police, whoever would know that, but for her family, like if, all she had to do was reset password and it's on her computer, laptop, like it wouldn't be that hard to like sign in to her Snapchat to see and it would pull up the exact activity, everything.
Wait, I have a question though. How do you know for sure that what was posted if she was using Snapchat?
So
it didn't have to
she
be
could
a
have,
post. It could have just been her sending a message.
yeah. So it would just have the log,
Like she sent a message to one of her friends and they showed it to law enforcement.
You couldn't see what it was, but you would know who it was sent to.
I mean,
then you would see the whole log.
I'm so sorry. According to her friend, remember Sammy was saying that she messaged or that she talked to her on the phone at
12:36.
12:36, but her phone supposedly turned off at 12:33.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Sammy she was talking to right beforehand, through Snapchat where she's able to show the law enforcement, hey, look, I was talking to her at this time.
Then why wouldn't Sammy have said that?
Said what?
Sammy said they had a full conversation that Kylie was at the party because she heard the party in the background.
Right. That could have been through Snapchat video.
Okay. So
that's how they may have known that she was on Snapchat at that time if she was using Snapchat video. And if what's her name was able to show, Sammy was able to show law enforcement, we were videoing at that time.
Kind of like Snapchat call.
It's like FaceTime.
Right. Okay. That's true. Yeah. That's super common. Well, it's not super common with us, but
I'm sorry?
No, someone asked who you were. Amanda Vida. But she always has a big S, so I always think Amanda
S. Vida.
Yeah. I don't know, because I would think that she would have said Snapchat. Like she called me through Snapchat.
I don't think they would have said that.
Yeah, I don't think she would have said it.
I think she would just, because I think that generation, that's a call for them. Yeah.
There can be a delay in text if there's no reception, but it wasn't a text, it was a call. There's no relay of call. You could have a delay of a voicemail. Like a voicemail would delay and if your phone's off and then when you turn it on, but not an actual call.
I'm wondering how many cell towers. Sorry, go ahead.
No. What were you saying?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to tell Laura that I have to jump off. But before I jump off, I was going to tell you that I got a small, very small, short video that Sammy took at the party. And it's so short that I looped it, but it's on my channel. If you want to play it, feel free to mute me because my commentary is annoying, but I have to have commentary. But you really don't need it. So before I drop off, I just want to let you know that.
Is it the people standing around?
It's not a picture. It's a bunch of guys, kind of like one of them looks like he's yelling because I slowed it down. You could see them kind of yelling. It looks like she was recording the quote unquote friendly fighting and they were yelling into the crowd because nobody's holding beer bottles or anything. It looks like they're chanting or not, I don't know, chanting, but it looks like they're focused in on whatever's in the center.
Short clip of the fights, that one?
Yeah.
Amanda, I've actually been a sub of yours for a really, really long time.
Oh, so that's why you came up, because you wanted to sit next to your idol. I get it, Lindsay.
Thank you. I can't see your name, but I remember most of my subs.
Yeah, I'm like a silent sub.
Oh, you're a silent watcher.
Yeah, I'm a lurker and a worker.
Okay, so here's my question. How do we know that this is from the party?
I clipped where it says her name from the journalist putting Sammy Smith's name at the top, because this is what she was showing the journalists when she was talking to them. This is Sammy's video.
Like, why would you take a picture of somebody's back? Like, they're
I'm
not.
sure it was a longer video, much longer video. It almost looks as if
There's
they
no.
recorded it off of her device. I don't know, like it looks so grainy even in the original format.
This is like the 4th time I've seen this guy in the hat.
But doesn't it look like they're shouting, encouraging something like?
Yeah. But it doesn't look like they're looking down. So it's not someone on the floor.
I would just want to pose this question. Where are the lights coming from other than right by their faces? In a few seconds back, there's like a background light.
Yeah,
Like
that
it
blue light.
seems like a car lights, which that's another one of my rabbit hole theories.
That looks like a house to me, like a cabin being
No,
like
it's light sticks.
I think it's glow sticks.
yeah,
Sticks. This
Light
guy,
sticks.
that's his hands. He's holding light sticks.
You're right.
Yeah, you could see kind of the shadow in his hand.
Yeah, they're glow sticks.
Glow sticks,
Mhm.
yeah.
Interesting.
Sammy did
light-
say that in her one of the things that they were doing glow sticks.
She
That's how I knew
did.
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I question everything. I always have questions, but the one thing, I just want to say is I partied, and one thing was I never went home without my hoe friends. Like all of my hoes went home with me, and I've gotten in some fights with my friends because I never left them. And if and when I did leave some stragglers that just wouldn't leave, mostly guys, I was worried about them. I thought about them the next day, like, oh, I hope so and so made it home. Like, oh, he was in rough shape. I would feel so guilty if I was one of the last people to see my friend. I ditched them, and then they went missing. She does not have an ounce of worry in her face. In fact, I was watching the interview that she did on All American something. I was watching the interview, and there was parts where when we paused it, she was legitimately smiling from
Thank you.
the biggest smile, like a cheeser. And I get uncomfortable smiling, like what's his name, Brooke Ramsey, but she was like cheesing.
I agree.
And I would feel so guilty if my friend, my best friend, 16-year-old friend that's younger than me, went missing, and I would not be acting the way she's acting. Like, I'm in charge. I mean, I'm not in charge, but like, I'm setting up everything. And no. Something's weird.
Peachy said, asking for a friend, what did she say you can say on husbands with the TikTok?
What did you say you can spy on husbands with on TikTok? Oh, there's communities of TikTok or like hashtags, and it's called toxic TikTok, and it's where like all the wives share like stories of their infidelities, or how they got into their boyfriend's iPhone stories, or how they heard their boyfriend sent them a picture and they were able to tell what location he was at and stuff like that. So they teach you little hacks on how to spy. And I mean, you'd be lying to yourself if you say you didn't spy on people. And I mean, I'm a sleuther, so better believe that I would spy on my husband if I needed to. So I like to learn all these little hacks. And on TikTok, I learned about the Snapchat thing, because I really don't use Snapchat. I've had it for years, and I probably have like a snap score of like 35.
I've never used it. I used it once or twice. I was like, this is so dumb.
I could not understand it. That was so stupid. But either way, I was like, okay, cool. If one day my husband gets a Snapchat, I would like to know how I can get this detail so I can see every single message that he sends out, because a vanishing message is sketchy altogether. So I want to know what you're sending.
Here's my question. Where are the girls? All I see in every single picture, all I've seen are guys at this party.
There were some girls in that picture of all of them standing around.
Yeah, but I saw one girl, I think one or two, but this was mostly a guy party. Maybe that's why Megs didn't stick around. I mean, usually
Megs was younger, so I'm feeling like she was just trying to get to the party so she could go off with her boyfriend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Mom, I'm going to the party with my friend, and then when she gets to the party, she leaves with her boyfriend. That's happened to me all the time. I mean, it's happened to me before.
I don't know. I have a really bad feeling that she was attacked.
Set up.
It's maybe set up, but definitely attacked. And it's someone from the party. I don't know.
Jeez, Lindsay.
I know. That is, it's from my younger years, you know?
Mm-mm.
Yep, that's my Snapchat score.
That's ridiculous.
But I really, I stopped using Snapchat like as an actual thing probably in like 2015, 2016. Like I still have the app, but like I don't ever check it ever.
Lindsay,
know?
remind me tomorrow. I'm going to ask Sage what her score is.
I'm sure hers is like gonna like quadruple mine.
It's going to be like 900,000 million.
Right. Well, and that's back then when we used Snapchat normally. We didn't use it as like a means of communication.
Oh yeah, she uses it all.
No. Yeah.
Good grandma says it looks like they were rapping.
I don't know. They're definitely doing something, but I go back to it. I think I asked this yesterday and I forgot who gave me the answer. How did somebody in that guy's chat, the one that you just mentioned, how did they know there was fighting going on? That was like her first interview. And someone in the chat had said, "Oh, can you tell us about the fighting?" Who even knew about that fighting?
I don't know, but apparently it happens at a lot of their parties.
But who would know that besides people at the party?
I mean, some of the people have already been coming out of the woodwork.
Not to the right people, though.
There was one guy who talked to, I think it was Ikmel, and he was basically saying that, you know, his cousins were there and all kinds of stuff, and it sounded like more so like he was there, but
Yeah.
I didn't listen to the whole interview. But he was definitely there, and he's saying, there was drugs and all kinds of, that it was just a very crazy party. So there are, it is starting to slip out, but they are saying now, oh, actually it was the title of your live, that they are encouraging them not to talk. Like older parents
Yes.
are encouraging younger people not to talk.
And I understand. I do.
You know what? I wouldn't let my kid talk to the law enforcement without
Thank
me.
you. Exactly. Especially if they're going off to college next week. Especially if they're going off to college. And
Right.
if you're not personally involved and you didn't even see her or you were off with your buddies and I knew that you were telling me the truth, you're not going to talk to police and get yourself all wrapped up. Hell no.
They'll be like Brandon Dassey, like, do I get to watch wrestling tonight?
Exactly. I said that yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, I said that earlier. I totally get if my son says, "Mom, I saw her. I saw a guy leave with her." Yes, let's go tell the police. But if
I'm gonna be
you're
there.
not, if you're not involved and you don't remember seeing her, yeah, you're gonna go off to college, hon, and blah blah blah. I know but they're all leaving next week. I know they already got in, but they're leaving.
So I've also heard a small theory that it could be that they were bullying her, that because she's not necessarily one of their classmen, that they were kind of inviting her to be dicks. Like, they were frenemies more so, because she was technically a third year. She was a junior graduating with them. So she didn't grow up with them. She was always a year younger than them. So I've heard that theory thrown around, that it could have been.
That's a decent theory, though. And good
Yeah.
night, Kim. Feel better, hon. That's a decent theory that maybe she was being bullied.
Yeah.
And maybe she was set up and something happened.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's happened before. Skyler Neese, stuff like this happens all the time. It's unfortunate, but it does. And, normally I try to be very positive about what's going on in a case, but in this one, I'm like, this is not good. This is not good at all. And I feel awful for her family, because they already look they're going through it.
It really does make a lot of sense. But who's behind it?
I have a theory really quick that I want to bounce off you guys. And this isn't like, this is just like the beginning of the theory. I don't know where it goes after this, so don't hammer me on details, but just hear me out for a second. Okay, so we know that they were, well, I say we know, supposedly they were using Kylie's car to charge their phones, whatever, here and there. But also, there was an interview that said that, you know, they were really only charging their phones up a little bit, you know,
Yeah,
up
they
like
were drinking,
5%, 10%, whatever. So
she had
I'm
alcohol in the car because
well, just listen, just hear me out, So, okay, you're 16 years old and we're charging our phones in the car. We might be listening to music for a second. We're 16, we're not caring. Maybe her car died after all this, with interior lights being on. Maybe you know, maybe she put her key in the ignition, but, you know, didn't actually turn it. You just did a quarter turn. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Maybe she left her keys in the car in that position. Maybe her car died. And that could explain why she also couldn't charge her phone afterwards in that situation, if in her mind that was the only way to charge her phone, if that makes sense at all. And again, I don't know where this goes after that. I'm like, okay, they kept going back to the car. I bet she just left her keys in there and maybe the car died. And then maybe her friend left and then maybe her phone died. And then I don't know. And then I was talking with someone else about this and I, you know, used the example of like, okay, hey, Amanda, you're drunk. Let me help you. I'll jump your car for you. I know you're drunk, so just go ahead and get in my car and I'll drive you home. My buddy, he'll ride right behind us. He'll drive your car for you and we'll just drop your car off at home. And then maybe that doesn't happen. And I'm sure this can be, so many holes can be poked in this. I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know, for some reason I just don't see her carrying around her car keys, and I can see her car easily dying with a 16-year-old just, you know, being fun, being cool, doing that. What do y'all think?
Here's what I think. I think that part of your theory is what people have been saying from the beginning.
That her car died?
No. That she got in someone else's car, someone offered to give her a ride home, that part. And that's definitely possible. However, I think the bullying theory connects a lot of dots.
The what?
The bullying theory, because a lot of us, not just me, but a lot of us are saying something doesn't feel right with Sammy. What if that bully, and now I'm going this off the top of my head, so it may not make perfect sense, but if you go with the bullying theory, that maybe Sammy, who was not connected to her on social media, maybe this was a setup. Sammy is part of, the guys were going to do something, because not hazing, but the guys were going to do something or whatever. Mags gets a ride by her. Remember, she's only 16. Mags gets a ride by her, and you know, Sammy knows something's going to happen, but they think maybe, you know, they're just going to get her drunk, or they're going to drop mushrooms in her, you know, drink, and then she'll be all fucked up.
Drop mushrooms in her drink, Laura?
I'm just saying, or drop a hit of acid in her drink. Something that teenagers do where she might not, like, they didn't expect it to turn the way it turned. Like they didn't expect something to happen. And that's the part that Sammy's covering up. And that's the part that isn't sitting right with everybody. Like she's covering something, but whatever happened to her after that, maybe the kids really don't know, but someone does know. But you know what I'm trying to get at? Like I said, I did this off top of my head, so it may not make perfect sense, but
I just had a
connect,
thought.
but
So
connect.
okay, but get rid of her car and just hide her body?
They're either, I think her car's in a garage somewhere with her. I think they're hiding it out of sight because all the
Well,
helicopters and all that, they would have found it if it was out somewhere.
really quick before I say anything else, I just want to make clear for myself, I would need way more proof or way more things for me to speculate that Sammy had anything to do with it. To me, she's a freshly turned 18-year-old kid. I don't want to, I think it's wrong to, put her there without more information.
I don't, let me
So
repeat this.
that's all I'm going to say.
Hold on. I have said this 38,000 times. I'm going to say it 38,001. I'm not, and I could speak for a lot of people. I'm not saying she was involved in a murder. I'm not saying that she did anything in the murder.
I know, but I think it's irresponsible. I just
Hold
wouldn't
on,
say anything about that.
What
She's
I
about to
did
start
say
college.
is that I do believe she's hiding something. I don't know what that is yet, but she's hiding something.
What I was going to suggest that where she's hiding something is if you listen to her, she's giving great details. I mean, amazing detail. And at one point she says, "You know what? I couldn't remember. I was drunk." And that's the first time she ever mentions that she was, feeling affected. And it was when she was back. I don't know if it's inside of a house, but she says back at the party, back inside of the party, I think she says. But she says at that point, that's when she didn't remember suddenly. She remembered everything else, but not that. She remembered leaving, talking on the phone. She was coherent for everything else. But, there was a lapse of time that she lost it. Maybe that's what, maybe she's forgetting conveniently because she was a witness to something there. Like Laura, I'm not saying that this girl is involved with hurting anybody, but I think being her friends, being the last person her friend saw, and not knowing more is convenient.
I think that, well, it's not that I think, I know that things like this are why other people might be scared to come forward if they're going to be immediately blamed or
Don't
and
come
not
on social media. They can still go to the police. That has nothing to do with YouTube. They could go right to the police. We'll never know.
I agree, but I think when they're already seeing how someone who is maybe in their own minds like legitimately just trying to help is treated, that would scare anybody.
Yeah, but that's social media.
Social media is a huge part of life.
Yeah, but the cops aren't telling people go call.
Internet is forever. Social media is forever. Like this girl, no matter where she goes, she's gonna have on the internet people thinking this about her.
Yeah, but you don't know if she's innocent yet.
I don't have any proof to think that she's not.
Oh, I got plenty.
Well, that's not proof.
Her lies are proof.
Those are your opinions. That's a lie.
That's fact. It's fact.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Okay.
She's freshly 18. Oh my God. You would die if someone did that to Sage.
But Sage wouldn't be dumb enough to lie and to come up with lie after lie after lie.
I don't think she's come up with lie after lie after lie. I think that's
unfortunately with true crime. This is where your hand gets in the batter, and you can't take back. You can't take back some of the things you say, but when we investigate these things, we have to follow what we know. This girl has been in almost every news interview. She's been already online interviews. She's running the Instagram Find Kiely. She's putting herself out there.
Not even friends on Instagram.
So if we're speculating on her, it's because she's involving herself, and that's just unfortunately that's what happens when these things happen. And when you when you do true crime as a creator, because I used to just be a follower. When you do true crime as a creator, you kind of have to like detach yourself because you have to talk about it, and if you let it eat you up,
Exactly.
you know,
I
it's not good.
Thank you.
I don't have a channel, but I agree. But I also just feel like she's a baby.
Homegirl, you're up here. You got a
She's
picture on
not.
your thing, and you got a
She's
name. You
18.
got a channel. You just haven't uploaded a video yet.
She's 18. She's not a child.
Yes, she is. Are you for
She's
real?
somebody's child.
I think 18 is still a child because
18's a child.
yeah, I
Like,
think 18 is still a child because she's
it,
still somebody's child. But you know
and
what? Once you're
she
18,
hasn't even moved out of the house yet. She
when
might be 18 in number only, but I
when
mean,
I
my
was 18,
God.
when I was 18, I got into big trouble, like big adult trouble. And you know what? I had to take my big adult ass to big adult court and take care of my big problems.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, even though I was a child at heart, I was 18. So she's going to have to deal with being 18 and all this going on. And you know, sometimes there are consequences even to accidents. So
Nobody asked her to be everywhere. Nobody
yeah, no.
asked her to
But nobody else is.
center. Okay, but Lindsay, that's your opinion. You don't think you have a right to your opinion, but so do we. And we believe that she's hiding something. I've done enough cases to know she's hiding something.
She's
I don't
interjecting.
know what she's
I'm not
hiding, though.
saying you can't have an opinion. I'm just saying, like, just be careful. She's a young girl.
I understand, but
This
that's
could be Sage trying to be helpful. You know what I mean? Like, it's just scary.
But I don't
That's
think
all.
but that's the thing. That's where opinion comes in. I don't believe she's doing it to be helpful. I believe she's doing it because she's hiding something. She wants to take focus off her. That's what
Isn't that like defamatory though? I
No.
mean, my gosh, you don't know that.
No. And you're right, I don't. And that's why I'm not accusing her of murder or beating her friend up or anything.
Well, all I'm saying is all these young teens, they're about to start their lives. Like, I wouldn't blame them for not wanting to be known if this is what's happening. That's all.
I agree, but nobody's asking them to come to us. We're saying go to the police. We're not going to know who goes to the police. We have no idea who goes to the police. So to say that, you know, not coming on, they shouldn't go on social media.
I'm just saying they're like, 16, 17, 18-year-old brains just might not see it the same way that you and I do. That's all.
And I granted, I totally get that.
That's all.
Totally get that. But
I have to jump off. I didn't want to jump off in the middle of that because I didn't want Lindsay to feel like what she's saying is not valid. So but I do have to go off. Lindsay, what you're saying is absolutely valid, but unfortunately, our feelers are going up, and I guess we're bloodhounds, and we're on hunt, and I'm not trying to paint Sammy out to be anything except an 18-year-old girl that's looking like she's getting in a lot of
You're
trouble.
good. Amanda, I have thick skin. You're good. I just like my heart for some reason just like hurts. And you know what I mean? But I not hurting my feelings at all. I had to say that. You know what I mean?
Stop getting emotional over cases. Never get emotional.
I'm not
I'll be in
emotional over
chat,
cases.
ladies.
It's more of just like right from wrong. Like my morals are tugging at me.
You got to take your morals out. There are no morals in
can't.
crime. Just like there's no crying in baseball. There's no morals in crime. I mean, there's integrity, but there's no morals.
Hey, people are attacking me in your chat.
What?
They're mean in your chat about me. They're like, quit being so narrow-minded and naive.
Oh, I can't.
This may be the wrong genre from you.
I'm looking from StreamYard, so I don't see all the comments. I see members. And Lead with Love, Lacey, Patricia, Angela, Mandy. That's all I see on this side. Wonder Twin. That's all. And Amanda H.
Can I address like not a person in the chat, but just like in general?
Are you? Yeah, you can address them. Are you familiar with the Skyler Neese case?
I'm not.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you something. That's why she's not familiar with Skyler Neese case. Hold on. Can you believe, guys?
Jesus
it's been 10
Christ.
years?
Even the members are coming at me.
It's been 10 years.
Did you see this? Your members are even saying stuff.
No. Chris said she didn't see anyone being mean. You have a wrench?
I know I do. I recommend doing some targeted therapy to make sure you're getting involved in something I'm built for. That was Lead with Love.
Yeah, I don't see that.
She's your member.
Let's see.
All right, I'm out.
Wait, don't go anywhere yet. Hold on. I'm trying to find a... Oh, I can't use that one. I'm trying to find a short video that's not going to get me shut down. All right, here's one. It's 9 minutes. Now, mind you, these are minors.
They are.
Yes. Hold on.
They are minors. That's my whole thing. Like, they're
Hold on.
minors.
Just watch. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in Wayne Township, Pennsylvania today. This is the memorial for 16-year-old Skyler Neese. This is also where Skyler was murdered, stabbed over 50 times by her two best friends. It happened on July 6th, 2012, and her body was not found for 6 months, discovered January 2013. Now, Skyler was from Star City, West Virginia, about 30 miles from here, but this area right here next to this creek is where the girls would hang out often. And this is ultimately where the two girls brought her to murder her. So you might be asking yourself, why would two girls kill their best friend? I'm going to tell you this twisted story, and I'm going to take you to where Skyler lived and show you where this whole crazy night began. So I wanted to bring you here. This is the apartment complex where Skyler lived with her parents. And it's here where she came home on July 5th, the night of July 5th, after working a shift at Wendy's. She kissed her parents goodnight, went to sleep, or so they thought. But it turns out that she snuck out the window and jumped into a car. And that car can be seen on surveillance video, security cameras. So you can see in the security footage where she runs right down this hill and jumps into 40.
Now, mind you, these were 16-year-old kids, and they thought they were best friends. They did everything together.
Door sedan. So to give you an idea what it looks like on the other side of the building here where they picked her up, car was right here.
And let me also add, the friends that killed her were front and center. They were the biggest supporters. They were crying every day. They couldn't handle the fact that their friend was gone. They led the rallies. They led the troops. They did it all.
Now, I believe that this is her old window because in the one photo that I saw where she has a bench out laying on the ground, you can see a drain, a weird drain, and you can see that drain right here. So I believe that that is the window. Now, the next day, Skyler's dad came home from work and noticed that her door was locked. He thought that was odd. I guess he got inside, noticed that her window was open, the screen was out.
Hey, Laura, can you
Phone
pause?
charger was still.
What?
Can you pause for a sec?
Yeah.
Is this... Did Chasing Truth do a podcast on this?
I have no idea. I haven't watched Chasing in a long time.
It was a while ago. It was a really long time ago.
I have no idea.
Okay, keep going.
In the room, so she obviously expected to be coming back at some point. When they checked the security camera footage, it was obvious that she got in the car herself. She was not abducted. So they had no idea. There was, at the time, maybe no reason for them to believe that she was in any danger. In fact, once the police were involved, they said she ran away for a while or was out with a guy and that she would most likely be back. But in all actuality, they were on their way to what would become the crime scene. At this time, the authorities didn't know yet, but Skyler had gotten into Sheila Eddy's car, one of her best friends. The two had known each other since second grade, but it was during freshman year that they became close friends. But things didn't start going south with them until they both became friends with a girl named Rachel Schoaf. As good of friends as the three were, it was also extremely toxic. Think of like the movie Mean Girls. Rachel and Sheila started leaving Skyler out of things and picking on her in person and on social media. But as this rift got worse and worse, the three still remained friends for some reason. And June of 2012, Skyler and Sheila spent a week in Myrtle Beach together on vacation and were nonstop arguing. And it was on her return home that Sheila said to Rachel, Skyler must die. But this idea or plan wasn't exactly new. In fact, Sheila and Rachel had been overheard discussing ways to dispose of a body or saying things like, we should kill her, almost a year earlier. But all of that talk was just dismissed as jokes. Now, like always with these type of stories, there's always a ton of information. And I'm really just brushing the surface, giving you just the general story of everything, showing you the locations. But if you're interested, there's a lot of information online. And you can really do a lot of research and really get deep into this whole murder. But back at the scene of the crime here. So it's somewhere right in here where Sheila parked her car. I'm assuming it was right here, but there is a pull-off not far away. The girls got out, and they were hanging out here. So in the trunk of Sheila's car was what police called a murder kit. It was a shovel. It was a change of clothes for both girls and bleach. So obviously this was very premeditated. Like I said, they had been planning this for up to a year or so. Now Sheila and Rachel decided on counting to 3, and they were going to start stabbing her with knives that they had hidden in their clothing, in their sweatshirts. Sheila claimed that she couldn't find her lighter. Skyler got up to go to the car and get her lighter, and that was the moment when Sheila and Rachel counted to 3 and started stabbing Skyler. They continued stabbing Skyler until there was no life left in her body. So at that point, they took the shovel. At first, they tried to dig a grave and tried to bury Skyler, but it was too rocky. So they ended up dragging her body right to where this cross is and buried it with brush, sticks, and rocks. At that point, they walked over to this creek and cleaned their hands. They spent a couple hours burying Skyler, changing their clothes, cleaning their hands, cleaning the blood off. And then they left. And Skyler's body wasn't discovered here for 6 months. And during those 6 months, Sheila even helped search for Skyler, going door to door. And amazingly, every person who watched that surveillance video did not recognize that that car Skyler was getting into was in fact Sheila's Toyota Camry. In fact, both Sheila and Rachel had been interviewed by authorities, were noted as seeming odd or suspicious, yet the girls remained free, at times even making very obvious tweets and comments of admission, at least in hindsight. However, during the next school year, rumors definitely started to fly around. A lot of the kids believed that Sheila and Rachel definitely had something to do with Skyler's disappearance. And that pressure was starting to build, at least for Rachel. So after suffering a mental breakdown, Rachel met with the police and admitted to killing Skyler and burying or leaving her body. And she told them where it was. Unfortunately, because of the snow in the area, it was a couple weeks before the police could actually locate Skyler's body. It wasn't until January 16th that they found her body here, basically unidentifiable in a very, very shallow grave. And during that confession from Rachel, the police asked her, why would you do this to your best friend? Why did you kill her? And her answer was, we just didn't like her. Pretty pathetic.
So that's the story of Skyler Neese. He did an excellent job of summarizing all that in 9 minutes.
That's
But it was pretty intricate. But
That's
these
horrible.
were 16-year-old kids, and nobody saw it coming. So when Amanda was saying about the bullying, that's my mind went right to that. Yeah, post a link for this guy, not a problem. I mean, there's much longer videos on it, but I just like, his name's Mobile Instinct. It's got 336,000 subs. I should probably let him know I played his video. Yeah, I just dropped the link. I'll drop it again.
When do you ever see something like this?
All right. He does paranormal stuff. Yeah, it looks like he does a lot of paranormal stuff. He gets really good views, I'll tell you that much. He's not one of these people that had like 5 views and then does a video and now he has, hundreds of thousands. No, he's pretty consistent. Yeah, he visits haunted places. First video 5 years ago. First video I ever put on YouTube got 1.1 million views. Good for you.
All right, well, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Bye.
I'll talk to you later. Call me tomorrow. Yeah, he's got pretty good views. Kids can be smart and dangerous, absolutely. But I just nothing is going to take my feeling away that something's up with Sammy. Like I said, I don't know what it is. It could be nothing. It could be something. It could be nothing. But I don't know. There's just something's not right. I just can't put my finger on it. I think it's fair to say that even the police probably handle young adults with, yeah, we wish. If they didn't, I mean, if they did, Brendan Dassey wouldn't be in prison. They certainly didn't handle him correctly. Oh, absolutely, Mystify. I agree with that. She could be why the other kid shut it. That's true, too. That's very true. She could be the reason. She could be the reason why the other kid shut up. I totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah, Wanjura, I don't know why you didn't get it. Same reminds me of the Pretty Little Liars girl in the jacket. Everyone is innocent and sus to me. I have no feelings about her. I agree. I said it from day one when she started talking. There's something going on. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what it is, but I think that theory of, I really do think the theory of bullying makes sense. Maybe it was going to be a girl prank. Maybe they just went to prank her and something went terribly wrong. Maybe they were just going to fuck with her and something went terribly wrong. And maybe that's why Sammy left her alone. Because they were going to fuck with her. I don't think the boyfriend would be involved. I don't know. But I don't know. I just think this bullying thing makes sense. I keep seeing something to my left. For the last couple of hours, like I totally see something walk by me and nobody's there. And it's not the dogs either. It's fucking weird. There'd be too many witnesses. Well, maybe that's why nobody's coming forward. Huh. I'm telling you, it's got to be a ghost. No, even when I wasn't tired, I kept seeing something every time. Like I kept thinking it was Dayton, and then I'd go look at Dayton, and nope, it's not Dayton. Now dogs are on my bed. I'm telling you, it's weird. It's got to be Brad. I would say it could be my dad. No, I don't want a shadow man. Maybe Kylie's saying you're on something. Maybe it is Kylie. Also, suppose that if Jagger has been deleting many things from his social media. Why? I don't know. No, nobody ever did. I did look it up. Maybe. Hence why no one saw her. Exactly. Is your intuition usually right? Yes, it is. It's not always right. But my intuition has saved my ass a couple times. Heard some kids are afraid and worried about getting deported. That's possible. Bullying, that's why they hit her. No, bullying because something went horribly wrong. Didn't you tell us to do our homework on that trial? Yes, he got convicted. The trial was really hard to watch. It really was. It was hard to watch. Hey, Labs. Guys, I've been on almost 4 hours. I swear I said I'm only doing this live for like 2 hours. I was going to get back to cleaning. Yep, copper petals, you're right. Burn sage and then burn Palo Santo after. Get the good energy out and then bring the good energy in. You had some sort of ghost in car. Oh, that was in the garage. Remember that? No, Lindsay, every opinion is okay. Who said your opinion isn't right? I do love you. No, I don't think she went there to fight. I think she was set up. When I think of connecting the dots, that makes the most sense. Oh, if I take Sammy out of the equation, what's another plausible theory? I'm still going with the bullying theory. I think that makes the most sense. I really do. I think that makes perfect sense that she was bullied. Perfect sense. I do. It just makes perfect sense to me that she may have been bullied. But I really, really do think that she's stuck in a garage somewhere. I really, truly do. I don't think that they could possibly have gotten the I don't think they could have possibly gotten the car nowhere to be found. I mean, granted, they could have gone to another state, but you would eventually run out of gas. So you would eventually go to a gas station. This case went viral pretty quickly. I mean, me and Gray personally were on it really fast. And then everybody by Sunday was on it. So this went viral really quick. So no matter where, they would have had to stop to get gas. I can't see Mystic Firefly. I think I have her blocked. So you'll have to tell me what she says. I was just looking for a comment. I can't see her. She either has me blocked or I have her blocked. Because I don't see her. So you have to copy what she wrote. Gray was on it before Kylie went missing. License plate readers would have grabbed. That's what I'm saying. But someone would have seen a bonfire like that. That would have been a pretty big bonfire. You know what I mean? I just read something about the Amber Alert. It was actually in the Skyler Neese case. Where is Patreon link? My mods aren't dropping it, but hold on, I'll get it. Yeah, I can't even see Mystic Firefly, so I have no idea what she's saying. I hate the new Patreon app. It's horrible. Hold on. Here you go. She's saying she has super mod powers. Yeah, but it's because she has me blocked, or I have her blocked. Why do you think he's so concerned? Yeah, I don't know about the jewelry thing. That may be, I mean, to me, that just seems like one of those things that, I will, Linz. It just seems like one of those things that they know something about, but they can't tell the public. That's what I think. Do you send it to me in Discord or you sent it to me on my phone? Because my phone's inside. Oh. Hang on. No, I ended up not. It was only on for like 2 days, Lex. Hold on. All right, I'm like way behind here. Maybe save it. No, I do. I think there is some kind of, yeah, I don't know. I have her blocked, or she blocked me, either or, but I can't see it. Why not? She's not a mod. Lindsay, she's not a mod. One juror matters. Mystic Firefly is showing up as a mod? I know. That's what I'm saying. That's fine. There's way too many variables with this case. I agree. What is it? Yeah, I didn't get that either, the friendly fighting thing. This whole thing is whacked. It's just whacked. I don't know. I have so many different theories. I hate to say it, I don't think she's alive. I don't think she was kidnapped from some hippie guy who is going to keep her for ransom. I don't see that either. I see something terrible happened. Who, what, when, where, why, or how, I don't know. But I think teen boys did something. And when I say teen boys, I don't mean 12. I mean teen like 18, 19. And I do believe the car is in the garage somewhere. I know. I swear I don't even get it. But, you know, I can't. The only dots that are making any sense to me are the that she was bullied. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. I just found out she's inserting herself. That's what I'm saying. It's odd. It's weird. But it's 3:30 in the morning. I have to get to bed. I know it's Saturday, but I have so much to do tomorrow, and I'm never going to get it done if I don't go to bed. So I want to thank you guys. We can totally continue this tomorrow. I have to get to sleep. So thank you guys for super chats. Welcome new members, Patreons, and I will see you all later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, Lindsay, give me about 5 minutes. I just got to do something, and then I'll give you a call. And I will see the rest of you tomorrow. Peace.